meeting to order for the Town of Berthoud Planning Commission meeting on Thursday, March 9th, 2023. Will the deputy clerk please call roll?
Chair Dowker.
Here.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Here.
Secretary Kurtz.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Wing.
Here.
Commissioner Feldebush.
Here.
And Commissioner Van Bentham is not present.
Thank you. The next agenda item is the approval of the February 23rd meeting minutes.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Sorry.
So there's a motion and a second. Will the deputy clerk, because this is a hybrid meeting, will you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Wing.
Yes.
Commissioner Van Bentham is not present, sorry. Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Feldebush.
I'll abstain. I was not here.
And Chair Dowker.
Here, yes, sorry. Right, that motion passes. So item 4 on the agenda is a public hearing on Farmstead Acres minor subdivision. And we will open for public comment. Just a full public hearing. Okay. Generally, we would have the staff give their presentation, and then we have the applicant, and then we have the public hearing for the commissioners. Okay, did you prefer,
No, that's just fine.
is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, then I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff first, and then we'll have the applicant, and then we'll do the public hearing, okay? And if you guys wanna do it in a different order, that's fine, I just wanna make sure we're all on the same page.
We're spot on.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dowker, members of the Planning Commission. So the first agenda item that you will have this evening is the Farmstead Minor subdivision. It's a 9-acre property located south of Highway 56 and east of Fickle Farm. This property is part of the Summers PUD, which was originally approved in 2008. The property was rezoned by the town board on February 28th, following Planning Commission's recommendation to rezone on October 13th, 2022, and then the final rezoning hearing on February 9th, 2023. Tonight, you're going to rehear this particular land use request through that public hearing process. The motion in your packets this evening includes the vacation of your motion from February 23rd, 2023, approving the minor subdivision. The Planning Commission is the final entity for approval for this item. The February 23rd, 2023 was not heard through a public hearing process. And after conversation with Town Administrator Chris Kirk and the Town Attorney Aaron Smith, vacating the previous hearing action by that motion is the correct process. So your packet includes a motion to vacate and then to approve the minor subdivision. And again, this is the final public hearing. So if we can go to the next slide. If there is anyone here in the audience that wishes to speak about this particular land use item, if you would please sign in on the sign-up sheet up front, and you will be called up at that particular time. If no one is here or no one is on Zoom, then we'll let Chair Dowker know. But the first item, this is the entire planning process, can really be summed up in 4 main steps. The first one is the pre-application process. This is when the applicant meets with staff, there's a pre-application conference, staff provides input and direction, and then the application is prepared. The second phase is the application submittal. This is when whatever the applicant puts together, a completeness review is done by the staff. Public notification and comments are provided and collected. referral notification is provided and collected, such as the fire protection district or the school district or water and sewer. All of those entities are reviewing applications. Then staff compiles all of those comments received, compares applications to the land use code and the comprehensive plan, and makes a determination. Is there more information that's needed from the applicant, or is this application ready to go to public hearing? If resubmittals are required, then those occur during this phase of review. And then at the time that staff feels as if the application is ready to go forward to a public meeting, public hearing, then those notices are set up, signs are posted, publication in the paper, and surrounding property owners are noticed. Then the third step is that public meeting, public hearing process. During this process, staff will make a presentation. The applicant is able to make a presentation, then we have the public hearing, and then the public hearing is closed, and planning commissioners will discuss and vote on the application. Then post-approval actions include remedying any conditions of approval, signing documents, recording documents, and records management. And then, of course, the fifth step is if everything goes as planned, then we like to have a little celebration. So on the next slide here, this shows you the point where we are tonight, step number 3. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of review that's gone in step number 1 and step number 2 before we get here tonight. Tonight is a very important step, and staff and planning commission are following the process that is outlined in the town code in section 30-6-109 for review and processing of a minor subdivision. And tonight you're going to rehear this because it did not open as a public hearing last time. And so then if you'll go on to the next. And so this is that public hearing information process. I know the words are really small, so I'm gonna go over some of the highlights for you so you don't have to whip out your bifocals or bring your binoculars with you. The order for business of the public hearing again is outlined. And as many with us tonight, you might be familiar of what's going to happen this evening. I thought that I'd just outline this for you. So as you heard, Chair Dowker will be opening the public hearing. The public hearing agenda item will be introduced. And then on this slide, you see there are 4 steps. The first one is staff is going to provide a presentation, including how the proposal meets the intent of the comprehensive plan and the land use code. Then the applicant has an opportunity to also make a presentation. Then after those 2 steps, the planning commission will open the public hearing for citizen testimony. The deputy clerk will call your name as listed on the sign-in sheet. The next person in order will also be called, and if you would just stand next to the podium and be ready for your time to speak, that will help time. Before you speak, please provide your name and address into the record up on the podium, and you will have 3 minutes to provide testimony. To respect the time and length of this hearing, we ask that you not repeat the same testimony as someone else. You can get up and say, I agree with this individual, and in addition, I have these additional comments. You will address the planning commission this evening when you choose to speak, not staff and not the applicant. You are asked to be respectful, and I know you all look like you're respectful, but no booing or clapping or anything like that. We need to be respectful of each other. Once there are no additional citizens who wish to speak, then Chair Dowker will close the public hearing, which ends the public testimony period. Then the next, oh yes, and participants on Zoom will also have an opportunity to speak, and thank you. The deputy clerk is here to make sure that those participants also can speak. And if those on Zoom wish to speak, if you could please raise your hands. That will make sure that the deputy clerk sees you and is able to make sure that you have an opportunity to speak.
Can I please clarify that? there's a, control in Zoom for them to raise their hand. It's not physically raising your hand, it's the control in Zoom to do so.
Yep, there's a little icon. Thank you for that clarification. And then Planning Commission then will discuss the application. They'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. They also may have opportunity to ask questions of staff. After discussion, a motion will be made and then followed by a second and a roll call vote. And then should any citizen disagree with the decision made this evening, you have 30 days to file an appeal with the town. So at this point in time, then with all of the procedures outlined and how we're going to, how Chair Dowker and the planning commissioners will run the meeting this evening, I think we are ready to go. And Will Charles is our planner this evening, and he will introduce the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep, so for this one, we've heard it once before, but just in case anyone wasn't here or wishes to speak tonight, I'll kind of go through a brief rundown on the case. So as you probably know at this point, project is Farmstead Acres. It's about 9 acres in size. Was originally part of the Somers PUD. As of last Tuesday, it was approved by the town board for their rezoning as well as their neighborhood master plan. So that's a little different from what you see in your staff report, unfortunately. Those go out well before that meeting goes on, so dates and times. But either way, so the last thing on this one for the step is this minor subdivision, which as mentioned is a planning commission approval. So what this minor subdivision does, and I know this is a little tricky to see on this picture, is it splits the parcel into 4 lots. So that would split it on those newly created zone district lines. So you have that commercial kind of right along Mountain Avenue, the industrial just south of that, or just south, and then goes into the urban residential and suburban residential, those new zone districts created a few years ago by the town board. So for review criteria for minor subdivisions, there were only 2 of them. So the first one is that it's in compliance with this code, town comprehensive plan and the port plan. Staff did find that this plan does conform with these. And then also the planning commission should consider public comments as well for this. There were no public comments received during the notice period for the minor subdivision in particular. But staff did find that this conforms with the code as well as simplifying and subdividing it on those zone district lines. So as mentioned by Ann, there are 2 recommendations. So the first would be to vacate the decision made on the February 23rd meeting. So for that one, since the public hearing process wasn't correctly done, that would be that motion to vacate. And the second one being a motion to approve that minor subdivision tonight, with the one condition being an updated title commitment dated 30 days from the date of this approval. And I do believe the applicant doesn't have a presentation, but I or them are here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, at this time, I will open up the public hearing then, if the deputy clerk.
Chair, we don't have anybody on the sign-up sheet, and let me make sure nobody on Zoom wants to.
Thank you.
Chair, no one has raised their hand.
At this time, seeing that there's no one to give testimony, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners for questions.
party relating to this case because a public hearing was not held prior to the motion and vote.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the deputy clerk call roll, please?
Chair Dowker,
Yes.
Commissioner Feldbush,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Wing,
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes.
I'll additionally move to approve the minor subdivision for the following condition. 1, the applicant shall provide an updated title commitment dated no more than 30 days from the date of conditional approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the deputy clerk call roll, please?
Chair Dowker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wing,
Yes.
Commissioner Feldbush.
Yes. Thank you. Both motions pass, so that will move that forward. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Will, for your,
It's coming back.
yes.
Thank you.
At this time, we will address item 5 on the agenda, which is a public hearing on Heron Lake's 17th filing preliminary plat. And I will hand it
Thank
over to
you. Thank you, Chair Dowker. Members of Planning Commission and those in the audience, if we can, you're gonna get to see these slides 3 times tonight. So by the end of this evening, you'll all be able to recite the process very nicely. So Heron Lakes was first introduced to the town in 2007 with approvals for early filings and the Metro District Service Plan in 2008. The project site for filing 17 is 128 acres and is located near the intersection of County Road 14 and Heron Lakes Parkway. Some maps will be put up in a little bit so you can see where this is. There is also a waiver request included in tonight's review. This is only heard by the Planning Commission, so the waiver request is only heard by Planning Commission. Heron Lakes preliminary plat will be heard this evening as well, and a motion will be made by the Planning Commission, and that motion will be sent on to the Town Board of Trustees, Planning Commission's recommendation. So going on to the next, you see there are 4 stages in an application review, and the 5th one is at celebration. When the processing is completed, we are at stage 3. So on the next slide, it will show where we are tonight. And again, staff and Planning Commission are following the review and process standards for a preliminary plat as outlined in section 36-107 of the Municipal Code and section 33-110 for the waiver. Heron Lakes preliminary plat will be heard and a motion will be made to forward that recommendation on to the Town Board of Trustees. And the waiver, again, is only heard by Planning Commission. This is the only step. This application did receive 5 rounds of referral review and staff review. The next step will be a change of zone to clean up some boundary lines between the residential portion and some agriculture fingers where they're intersecting, as well as a final plat to finalize this application. So baseline, again, Mr. Will Charles is present and he will provide a presentation. And then if we can just quickly go to the next slide, sorry, Will.
Yep.
Again, this outlines the process. And if you are here and you want to speak about Heron Lakes, you will need to make sure that you do sign in, and the deputy clerk will call you by name if you would like to sign. So this is where we are this evening for the outline for the evening. Again, staff presentation, the applicant's presentation, public hearing, and then discussion and vote. And with that, it's all yours, Will. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, so as Ann mentioned, this is for Heron Lakes filing 17 for their preliminary plat. So this one, As Ann mentioned, there is a little bit of ag, but most of this is that R2 zone district. So that's why you can kind of see the blue outline that covers most of that tract that covers the golf course, as well as the red tract or red parcels that are actually where the development would be. So just a sliver of the property that is that golf course would be in there. The majority, or all the portion that is the development would be that red parcel to the right. So as you can see on here, so this is the preliminary plat. So again, that portion that you saw that was red is that far right or northeastern portion. And then just that sliver of the tract that has the golf course would be included in this. Again, as you can see, this is from the zoning map. So that's that R2 district, which is a sliver of that ag that will need to be rezoned on the next step of the process to get it into that same zone district. As far as the criteria goes, there are 7 for these preliminary plats. I'll read these word for word for you, but the first one is that it's a functional system of land that's consistent with the code. As mentioned, this is that R2 zone district. It does conform with with those district standards. The second one being that it's consistent with the approved concept plan, incorporates town recommendations and any conditions of approval. The concept plan called this out as single-family residential, which is also what's shown on the plan. So it is consistent with that. The next one is all the other plans that go along with the city, so that future land use map, comprehensive plan, port plan. Staff did find that it is consistent with these. As far as the future land use map, it calls this out as that new zone district, that suburban residential, which allows for developments of this type as well in it. The next one is the utility and transportation sign is adequate. And it meets those existing systems. So this one, staff did find that it meets these, with the one addition to that being that the applicant has asked for a waiver for that curb and gutter along County Road 14. And we'll get into those waiver criteria in just a second, but that is it for that one. Next one is negative impacts on adjacent land uses. So this land use is similar to what is existing in the Heron Lakes development in total. So it's a similar single-family development type. Next one is the desirability within the community for the project. This is what was listed on their concept plan, as well as what the future land use map and the zoning map envision for the area. So staff did find it meets that one. And then also the public comment. Those are all included in your packet, and staff did find that the applicant adequately met the ones received. So the next one is the waiver criteria. And so for this one, there are these 5 criteria for it. On this portion, staff does find that the standards are set for these roads, and as well in your packet, you'll find a letter from the town's consulting engineer stating their opposition to it, and I believe he's online as well if you have questions. But staff did not find that the application meets the criteria for a waiver, so staff is not recommending approval of that waiver. So getting into those recommendations, so for the waiver, staff is not recommending approval and feels that the applicant should construct the curb and gutter on the south side of County Road 14. And then for the preliminary plat, staff is recommending a motion to recommend approval to the town board with the two conditions being that the applicant should revise plans to include that curb and gutter along County Road 14, and then that the applicant should apply for a rezoning approval for that little ag portion prior to going to final plat. And then with the note being that if Planning Commission does feel that the applicant satisfies the conditions for that waiver, then obviously that condition wouldn't be necessary for a recommendation to the town board. But that is it for my presentation. I can answer any questions, and I believe the applicant has a presentation as well.
Thank you. We would love to hear from the applicant.
Do you know which one of these it is?
Yeah, that's the one.
This one?
Nope.
This one?
No, the one right.
We'll see when we get there.
Yep.
That's the one?
I think so.
I don't know how the applicant's
Is there a way to? Can you guys see that on your screens?
Yes. We can, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we click in here.
Full screen mode, if you scroll down.
There we go.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, my name's Jim Birdsall, part of the ownership group of Heron Lakes, and I actually overheard somebody behind me comment that, wow, this is the 17th filing, so yeah, 17th filing. I think we're actually working on the 19th filing, and obviously the 18th filing, I think, is already done. So anyway, we've been here in front of you guys a number of times. I asked Ann's predecessor to stop counting the number of public hearings when we hit 67, I think. So we're way beyond that at this point. So we've been working on this a long time. I think we were in front of the town first and in 2005, I believe. And obviously the project is sort of unfolding. We're excited about it. I didn't plan this, but I'm wearing this sweatshirt celebrating our TV show. I don't know if you guys know that we're on HGTV every Monday night for the next, it started this last Monday, and for the next 5 weeks. We're having a watch party at the clubhouse if you want to come up and watch it with us, but we're excited about that. Last season, there were 17 million viewers, so we'll hopefully see that many people putting eyes on Berthoud on the TV show, so pretty fun. So I promised I would go quickly. I know you have a busy night ahead of you, but I just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of things. The project is 132 single-family lots, all of the lots back to open space. There's a mix of lots that back up to our lake that's between holes 2 and 3. We've got some golf frontage lots. We have a mix of lot sizes. We have some cul-de-sac lots, which we're pretty excited about. I think the market will like as well. We were in front of you guys with our neighborhood master plan, I want to say about 7 months ago. The plan is virtually identical to that neighborhood master plan, except for the conditions that were placed on the master plan that we have addressed. But otherwise, we followed exactly the street layout, the lot sizes, et cetera. If you recall, some of the conditions were to provide space for a right-of-way in our southeast corner that would extend out towards Pine Hill Road. So if there were ever a connection to a future part of our neighborhood or another neighborhood that developed there, that there could be a street connection there. And then providing a sidewalk connection in our northeast corner along County Road 14 all the way to connect to the existing sidewalk network in Heron Point. So those are really the changes were to address those conditions. So happy to answer questions that you guys might have about the plan. I think as Will presented, you know, we've met code in every circumstance except for this curb and gutter waiver. This is not something that we would. My presentation disappeared. I don't know what I did.
Do anything?
Oh, okay. So This is not a do or die for us. It's just going kind of back into the history of the discussions that we've had with the town over the years about County Road 14. The north side of County Road 14 will never have curb and gutter. So all of that property is fully developed in the county. The open areas that you see on the north side of County Road 14 are all limited by conservation easement, and they're all fully developed. So from Berthoud Parkway, and I don't know if, yeah, so this is the intersection of County Road 14 and Berthoud Parkway, and the yellow is the existing curb and gutter. So on the north side, there will never be curb and gutter from that point going all the way to the mountains. There is curb and gutter on the south side of the road along the frontage of Heron Point, and it stops right here. And then our project picks up right here. And so the area in question is this stretch right along our frontage. And our opinion, and again, it's just our opinion, and we've had very cordial discussions with engineering staff about this, but our opinion is where the curb and gutter stops currently is an appropriate place for that curb and gutter to stop and to transition to a rural road character going west. Again, there won't be curb and gutter on the north. Once you get past our intersection at Heron Lakes Parkway, there will never be curb and gutter going further west from there either. And so our opinion is to go from curb and gutter to a rural road section on the south side of the road, then do a stretch of curb and gutter, then to rural going forever to the west feels awkward. It's something that we will do if you guys ask us to do. We just, when we see a comment that comes to us that we just don't think is the right thing to do, we feel compelled to bring it up, and that's why we're bringing it up. So, and it should be noted too, if you guys decide that we should do it, we will. But keep in mind that that's a piece of infrastructure that the town would have to maintain forever. It's a public road. It's dedicated to the public, and in our opinion, it's just a piece of infrastructure that isn't necessary, that will look out of place and will create a burden on the town over time. So that's why we brought the waiver forward. With that, I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do the public hearing, and then we will bring it back to the board, and at that point, they might have some questions from you, Mr. Birdsall. At this time, then, I will open up the public hearing for Heron Lake 17th filing preliminary plat.
Chair, we have a John Baker.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Good evening, my name is John Baker. I reside at 2105 West County Road 14, so I'm just across the street to the north from the proposed development. And overall, the development and everything that Heron Lakes has become, we're completely for, and I think they've done a wonderful job with it. Our only concern, and echoing some of my neighbors as well, is just what hasn't happened on 14 as far as, we've added so much traffic, so much volume out there. Feels like a lot of the other, nothing has changed on 14 whatsoever since any of the, new development has started. And so we just want to make sure there's a lot of attention or, potentially some improvements on 14. I can't comment specifically about curb and gutter. I don't know if that would gain anything. I would rather see, we're more concerned there's just no shoulder with the extra volume. There, it sounds like we've addressed sidewalk connectivity all the way up to Heron Point on the hill, which would get to the school, which I think makes a lot of sense. So again, curb and gutter, whether that helps or hurts, I'm not sure. Just making sure that there is a lot of attention put on 14 since there's no, turn lanes haven't been added, shoulders haven't been added. It's the exact road it's been for a very long time, and traffic has doubled or tripled on that road. And I know part of that's construction traffic, and once it's built out, a lot of that construction traffic will go away. We just want to make sure, that the road is, I know it's an arterial, therefore it's made for that kind of volume, but it just seems like we haven't had any additional, width or anything added to the road. So again, curb and gutter, whether that adds value, I'm not certain, but we just wanted to highlight, make sure that 14 got as much attention as I think it needs, especially being it's one of only, I think, 2 entrances to the entire community. Like I say, the other side has got tremendous improvement and lots of things have happened, but 14 is exactly as it's been before any of this was done. So we just wanted to make sure to highlight that and voice our concern as neighbors, just make sure 14 got reviewed as well. Thank you.
Deputy Clerk, is there anyone in Zoom or?
Chair Doan has, raised their hand.
And there's nobody else that would like to give testimony on this? At this time, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners. And open it up for questions from commissioners, of staff, or the applicant.
Any questions for us?
Yes.
Jim, I have one thing, and I don't know the code on how much traffic can go on a given road to an X number of homes. But as I look at all these 132 lots, it looks like that there's a number of pinch points. And I'm not saying it's out of code, because I quite frankly don't know. But I'm just asking kind of your opinion as you look at the amount of traffic that's going to go to these homes. It all has to get there essentially through 2 points. I mean, did you guys discuss that, or you just, you went with the code on how much traffic can go on a artery going into a neighborhood?
Yeah, a great question, and I'd like to address the comment from Mr. Baker as well. Yeah, so our traffic engineer studies the entire project, including its impacts on the adjacent roadways like County Road 14, but as well as the internal infrastructure and how many points of access, et cetera. And they've said, yeah, this should work fine. I mean, 132 lots is a lot, but with 2 points of access, it's very adequate. And then our traffic engineer's report and the plans are then submitted to the town, and the town has their consulting engineer group, including the traffic engineer, do a review of our plan and our traffic engineer's report to make sure that it's adequate. But to Mr. Baker's question, it's a great question, and I should have mentioned it. You know, one of the big points of discussion, if you remember, when we were here for our neighborhood master plan, was the same concern. Both pedestrian connectivity to Carrie Martin Elementary School and Heron Point, as well as improvements to County Road 14, including widening and a turn lane at Heron Lakes Parkway. So that is part of this project, and I should have mentioned it. So there'll be widening along our frontage, and then a turn lane westbound left turn lane into our project constructed with this phase. And then there'll be a sidewalk connection that connects to the intersection of Heron Lakes Parkway, extending all along our frontage, and then we'll partner with the town to extend it along the out parcels that are still in the county between us and Heron Point to connect to the Heron Point sidewalk. So that will provide a safe route to school for kids within Heron Lakes up along that sidewalk, and then at the lit crosswalk that crosses County Road 14 and Carrie Martin. But it also provide connectivity for Heron Point and the neighborhood around Carrie Martin to get to the trail that's in our project, and then we'll connect to the north across County Road 14 to the Colorado Front Range Trail that connects up to Loveland. So that's all part of this project.
Just one last follow-up on that. You know, I think there's 35 lots or approximately on the peninsula, something like that.
46.
Okay, you look at the construction that was going on there, you almost couldn't use the road. And now when you triple that, I don't know if there's anything you can do. It even could create safety issues, you know, you can't see, again, I don't know how you control that, but I would think you multiply that times 3. That's a significant constraint on the utilization of that road while the homes are being built.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a tough management issue. I mean, you and I are neighbors. We've had the same experience. I'm sure where, you know, there's a truck delivering something and they've blocked the road and you can't get to home or you can't get out. And it is absolutely a management issue for sure, to make sure that the construction doesn't block the roadway. Yes.
Other commissioners?
I think I just have a clarifying question. So the proposed filing is to the west of Pine Hill Drive, right?
Correct.
And so you can see there's sidewalk there, and then the gap between the Heron Point sidewalk and Pine Hill Drive, that's going to be filled. That's the partnership you described.
Correct. Yep.
I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Yeah, And just a side note, that's a really important sidewalk connection for Heron Point. It is for us as well, because like I mentioned, that's our safe route to school. But for Heron Point, they're isolated. There's no safe sidewalk from Heron Point to a sidewalk that's connected to any town, whether it's north of Loveland or south to Berthoud. So they're isolated, and I think there was a letter in the packet from a resident that brought that up as a concern. So this would provide a safe sidewalk connection for those folks to get to our neighborhood and then to the trail. And then I know the town has plans to make sidewalk connections going south from Heron Lakes to get to the sidewalks that are in Vantage, because there's another gap going south that is really critical. And I think that gap is a pretty short gap going from Hammond to the north end of Vantage. So those two connections are really important for Heron Point and us.
No further questions for me.
Other commissioners?
I just wanted to understand a little bit better where, if you added the gutters, added this curbing in the gutters, where the gap would be between the existing curb and gutters and or new curb and gutters.
Yeah, so.
I have a picture on there for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is along our frontage. So this is basically roughly at the intersection of Heron Lakes Parkway and County Road 14 looking east along County Road 14. So you can see that the character of the road in that location is very rural. And that's what we're hoping to keep is, the frontage of our project is very rural. The golf course is along that frontage. We don't have any housing right along that frontage. We have that split rail fence that you can see on the right, kind of a ranch style fence, and it's set way back from the road. And so we would really like to keep that character. So the gap, is kind of where this house is that you can see. In front of that house, there's probably an eighth of a mile or so gap before you can see where the Heron Point sidewalk and curb and gutter start as it goes up the hill. So, and that's the part that we just, aesthetically, we just don't feel comfortable with, is as you're going west or east, whichever direction, where you're driving on a rural road and you see a piece of curb, then you see more rural road, and then it gets into kind of the continuous curve. That stretch along our front, it just feels strange for us to do curb there, so.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay.
Any questions? Commissioner Smith, did you have any questions?
I have a follow-up question to that for staff, actually. And so I'm looking through the engineering report. It's not clear if it just doesn't meet the criteria for the waiver, or if there would be some sort of adverse impact of not including the curb and gutter. Do you think you could clarify that?
Yeah, and I'll, if Noah, our consulting engineer, is online, I might defer some of that to him. But really, the main thing is, as you can see in the picture before you, that curb and gutter, even though it wouldn't be a continuous connection, is close to this location. And the future build out of the road envisions this being to those higher curb and gutter standards. So any, someday down the road, maybe not in the next year, maybe not the next 5, 10, the envision is to have this road be that curb and gutter construction.
So the entire road, including the area where there would currently be a gap?
Correct.
On the north side as well.
Correct. Yeah, so there's standards for any sort of roadway depending on the type of roadway it is. So that, those standards would require that.
And I was just wondering, would it be a bigger, higher priority if that curb and gutter was added, and there was a gap, would that put more emphasis on possibly completing and making that continuous sooner than later.
Noah is able to speak to.
Yeah, what, can he clarify any of this? That'd be great.
Yeah, Commissioner, would you mind repeating your question?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can you hear me?
Yep. So
All right.
I was asking for clarification on any adverse impacts of not including the curb and gutter in this section of the roadway. I'm just trying to understand if there is a specific reason or if it just doesn't meet the criteria as it's currently defined.
Yeah, so I followed the waiver criteria for approval. In that waiver criteria, there is really nothing in that criteria that speaks to, there certainly wouldn't be a detriment if you decided to let them not put curb and gutter in. It would become perhaps more of a maintenance issue in terms of maintaining that roadway ditch. I know from talking to the town that there's a number of ditches in town that are problematic for maintaining. So I think the town feels it's easier to maintain curb and gutter than it is to maintain a roadside ditch. But outside of the waiver criteria for approval, it just comes down to the typical section that we have for a major collector requires curb gutter. They're of course moving forward the sidewalk piece. But it just becomes if you grant this waiver, it's obviously no detriment. They can still be engineered that way. It just potentially becomes more of a maintenance issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
If I might,
Yeah, sure, yes.
so that area would be maintained by our metropolitan district anyway. That would be part of our landscape plan. So if that helps alleviate the town engineer's concern about maintenance, we can address that in the development agreement, making that maintenance of that area the responsibility of our metropolitan district and take it off of the town if that helps.
To that point, though, if the town does ultimately improve that road, if you aren't required to put that curb and gutter in now, whose expense will it be to add that when that road is improved?
Yeah, I mean, with the town engineer on the line, I would like to pose or ask you guys to pose that question to him. I know the town planner mentioned that, but I don't believe that that's really part of the long-range plan for Berthoud to improve that road to an urban standard on both sides. So Noah might have a difference of opinion, but I think it might be worth asking him if that's really the case. I don't believe it is.
Yeah, Jim, all I would add is just, this is designated in the transportation master plan as a major collector. The engineering standards only speak to, developers performing the improvement to the template on their half of the roadway. But my intention or my understanding is that this is still designated as a major collector, so the town would at some point widen the other half if there's no development occurring on the north half, and that would be on the town's dime to do that improvement.
Are we legally allowed to do the north side if there's conservation easements on that side? Can you?
We'd be limited to whatever is current right away.
And I would ask, actually, this is Commissioner Dowker, I would actually ask, looking at when we widened out 17 south of Loveland, when I was on the MPO and we discussed all that, I mean, if there's a widening plan that happens to 14, it's gonna be in one fell swoop. So if devil's advocate, if we put curb and gutter in now and they end up widening it by 2 lanes, they would have to rip all that up.
No, we're making them widen to the ultimate section.
Okay. Is there a plan in the MPO's transportation plan for when they would look at widening 14?
Yeah, I can't respond. I don't know an answer to that. It would be based on triggers of some kind, but right now the development is just responsible for their own impacts and their frontage.
Okay, thank you.
questions, but we should talk with
Discuss,
the
yeah,
village,
yeah. I don't see, I would agree with the waiver request for not putting in curbing gutter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I get both sides, but it's kind of like, I mean, development happens really fast until it doesn't, right? And then you have this discontinuity in aesthetic, which I agree would look a little weird.
Yeah.
And I would agree with you there, although I'm still a little bit worried about what happens when they do widen it, then that's an extra expense for the town, then, that they could avoid by requiring this now. So, I know,
What would be helpful to know to answer that is what that future plan is.
Yes.
If it's unsure.
It's not unsure,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's unsure, yeah. I mean, we can't force people into agreements, but maybe there's something in the middle where the equivalent,
Can you speak up?
yeah,
more?
the equivalent cost would be put into some sort of fund or something like that for the town to use.
reserve.
Yeah, like reserve or escrow, or I don't know, just something like that. So that, it could all be done at the same time, even whenever it does happen. I don't know if that's legal, and I know our town attorney is not here.
Well, and depending on how long in the future it is, what is that cost gonna be, right?
Yeah.
How much does cement increase every year?
Would there, is there a way to make the HOA committed to
I don't know.
doing that? I don't know.
I think the question is whether we allow the waiver or not. And don't get into the semantics of all the legalese. But we can
We're
ask
being
the
asked to
staff.
speak up, in our discussion.
Yep, so what is the prerogative for the staff then if this conversation has been discussing, the potential for, a fund for future use for curb and gutter, but I don't know that that's even a question that we're addressing here.
Sure, Chair Dowker, members of Planning Commission. One thing that you could consider is rather than holding funds in escrow for that undetermined time, which then, there's the valuation and all of that. It could be a consideration to indicate that their proportionate share of the off-site improvements for that curb and gutter would be constructed when the other is, when a greater portion is constructed, they would be responsible for their proportionate share at that cost at that moment. So that could be an amendment to the motion that's in your packet. To make that consideration, that there would be their proportionate share, it would be agreed upon that they would commit to doing that and paying for that at that time.
At whatever point in the future that might occur.
Yes.
It would be, yeah, like, so we'd be granting in a way a temporary waiver of sorts and then settling up down the road. Can we ask the applicant for feedback on that type of arrangement, or if that's not agreeable? So,
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair compromise. I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I would say there's a very good chance that that road will not be improved, and I'm willing to say if it is, we'll contribute our fair share. I think it might be noted or worth you guys being reminded, every building permit pays a significant transportation impact fee to address these sorts of issues as well. So it's intended for sort of regional improvements that are outside of a project specific, giving the town some resources to address these sorts of issues. So that might be something just to keep in mind, 132 homes paying, thousands of dollars each into that fund. That might be monies that could be used to help spur the project along if that's where the town wants to spend their monies. So.
Chair Dowker,
Yes.
Noah would like to add something.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add, my understanding of the waiver request, and maybe Jim can speak to this, was that they were trying to preserve the rural character of this frontage. So I think the discussion of putting curb and gutter funds into some sort of a fund or into a bucket of some sort defeats the request of the waiver think the intent of the waiver is to maintain a rural character in perpetuity, is my understanding. So I think this board is making a decision as to whether or not that is gonna be rural in character in perpetuity or curb and gutter. And if it needs to be curb and gutter, I think that that is part of, something that should be done as part of the final plat and construction drawings.
So yeah, because the stated intention of the waiver was for rural character preservation.
Correct.
And not aesthetic consistency, which is kind of what.
Yeah, the waiver request wasn't, based on any kind of imposition of, having to construct the curb and gutter. It wasn't phrased in such a way that it was an inconvenience in terms of the actual infrastructure cost.
Okay, so potentially, from a procedural standpoint, a revised waiver would need to be submitted at the time of final plat.
So I believe, Chair Dowker and members of Planning Commission, I believe what could occur is that, should you choose to say eventually you'd like to see the curb and gutter, that you would deny the waiver request because you have two motions to make this evening. One is on that waiver request. The second would be on that preliminary plat. So your request to defer the installation of the curb and gutter could be made to the preliminary plat, and timing of that then would have to be brought forth with that final plat process. So you could condition the preliminary plat with that condition, and then if you chose to not go with a permanent elimination of curb and gutter, then you would deny the waiver request. And then if
I might suggest a different approach that might be simpler, not that that wouldn't work, but is to deny the waiver request and then just make a condition on the preliminary plat that would go along with your whatever decision you make on the plat itself to the board. With the condition would be that the development agreement would require the developer to participate in their commensurate share of curb and gutter if the town decides at some point in the future to urbanize that street. Because at that point, then we're connected. The town and us are making the decision together. Do we want to urbanize that street or not? And if the town decides that they want to, then we would be obligated to participate. So.
Would that be acceptable process?
Yes, yep, that is, Mr. Birdsall just said it more eloquently than I did.
Did we say the same thing?
Yeah, I think so. But what I would like, for Mr. Baker, for his benefit, I would like if, Noah could indicate what those off-site improvements are going to be as a result of this greater development, just so that some of Mr. Baker's concerns may be eliminated. Noah, you and Will both mentioned what those were, and Mr. Birdsall did as well. But if you wouldn't mind just, again, listing what those off-site improvements may be, and we might need to ask Mr. Birdsall to come forward again.
Yeah, regardless of the curb and gutter issue, there's a turn lane that is gonna be added, onto Heron Lakes Parkway, and then widening of the roadway to accommodate, that turn lane and bike lanes. That is, regardless of the curb and gutter issue, those widenings along County Road 14 are still going to occur with this project.
Thank you.
Could I say one more thing?
The public testimony is closed, actually, but thank you.
I'm in agreement with, I think, where we landed. Anybody wants to try and put that into words?
I think we first have to make a motion to deny the waiver.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then add that condition to the next motion.
Correct.
So.
All right, well, you're already
so-
speaking, so.
Chair
Wait,
Dowker,
wait, just one moment.
on your
Yes.
motion for the denial, our attorney rewrote it, so on your cheat sheet that you have, it is rewritten.
Okay, yes,
All right, so let's see.
under number 3 on your page.
All right, I would move to deny the waiver of the requirement that the applicant construct, I can't even read it, construct to not construct? Did the applicant not construct, I think? Okay, let me start that over again. I move to deny the waiver of the requirement that the applicant not construct a curb and gutter along County Road 14 for the reasons stated in the attached memo from the town's development review engineer dated February 28th, 2023.
I'll second.
Did you say not construct?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's a
It's-
double negative,
yeah,
because
there
we're
is.
denying a not,
I
so.
know, that's why I keep,
Yes, if you
the way
can
the lawyer
clarify.
rewrote it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I-
the
I
motion
would-
that she
Here,
provided.
I think there's a,
Oh,
maybe,
I think if you just, we got rid of.
can she
the two
restate
nots.
that motion?
I am going to
Go ahead.
amend my motion and restate it. All right,
Yes.
so, let's see. Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think that's good.
I move to deny the waiver of the requirement that that the applicant construct a curb and gutter along County Road 14 for the reasons stated in the attached memo from the town's development review engineer dated February 28th, 2023. Does that make sense?
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Deputy Clerk, if you can call roll, thank you.
Chair Dowker,
Yes.
Commissioner Feldbush,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
yes.
Commissioner Wing,
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes.
That motion passes. And we have a second motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to recommend the approval of preliminary plat to the Board of Trustees, subject to the following conditions. The applicant shall revise the plans to include curb and gutter along County Road 14. And right now, that's where we're at. And the second, the applicant shall apply for and receive approval of a rezoning prior to approval of final plat.
Could add a third
I
condition?
think a third
Yeah.
condition about a development agreement.
Right.
The development agreement
Should one
based
be
on the
included?
future curb and gutter of the
Commensurate
city.
share of curb and gutter.
Yeah, it's something that the applicant shall enter into a development agreement with the town that provides detail on the cost sharing arrangement for curb and gutter in the future at the time. I don't know.
At the time of
At
widening
the time of widening,
the CR 14,
yeah,
right?
something like that.
Deputy Clerk, did you get that? Okay. Can we clarify, because we want to adjust that, that number one that you stated, we want to include that discussion of the commensurate share of curb and gutter in the agreement?
At the time that the town decides to make those improvements on County Road 14, the developer would participate in proportionately his cost to the area that we've discussed.
Great. Does that clearly state what we were talking about for you? Okay.
Thank you.
Deputy Clerk, do you have that? Does that work for you?
Trustees and attorneys can clean it up.
Yeah. So the applicant shall revise your plans to include a curb and gutter along County Road 14 in proportion in the area discussed, or
It's an in proportionate share when the road is widened
proportional share.
by the town pursuant to their transportation plan, or something like that. Does that do it?
In proportional share in the area discussed, which is County Road 14.
Yeah, I think what we're missing is probably a phrase like "to be constructed" or something like
At the
that.
time
At
that the
time.
town moves forward with that construction, but not before then. There, I mean,
Okay, I gotcha.
It's hard to write these on the fly.
yeah. It didn't help that there was a double negative in that draft that the
Yeah.
attorney gave
Well, I think it's
us.
important because
Yeah, I looked at
even
it.
though we call them cheat sheets, we don't always follow them.
I know, well, that is not a good cheat sheet.
We didn't have that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the applicant shall revise your plans to include a curb and gutter along County Road 14 to be constructed by the town, and the developer shall share the proportional cost to the area being discussed. Or did Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant shall revise their plan to include a curb and gutter along County Road 14, which shall be constructed in the future by the applicant for their proportionate share of the improvements when the town makes
Such improvements.
such improvements and on adjacent properties. How's that?
I like that.
As long as we all understand and it's very clear for the final agreement that is gonna be signed, that's what is most important.
It'll be carried forward to the final plat condition as well, if it's not
Yes.
already, so we'll get a second read.
So we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna get a chance to try.
So we have a motion.
Yeah.
We have a motion.
I would second.
So a motion and a second.
Okay, Chair Dowker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Weem,
Yes.
and Commissioner Feldbush.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, does anyone wanna take a 2-minute break? Is everyone good for?
I'll do a break.
Do you want, okay, we're gonna take just a couple minute break, only so that if anyone has to use the bathroom or anything, because some of us might, before we get into the next agenda item, if that's okay with you. This time, we will continue our commission meeting, and we are on agenda item 6, which is a public hearing on Ludlow rezoning. And
All right, thank you, Chair Dowker, members of Planning Commission, members of the audience. Thank you for being here this evening. It's great to see the public participation. So, without further ado, we will go ahead and set the information for you. So Ludlow Farms received approval of an annexation, change of zone to planned unit development, a comprehensive plan amendment, a development agreement, and an overall development plan in 2010. The 306-acre project site is south of Mountain Avenue between Highway 287 and South Berthoud Parkway. Baseline will provide in a little bit a presentation covering the 2 requests that will be heard this evening. One, there will be, in the order of business, there will be 2 motions that will be made. The first should be to consider the change of zone and then the neighborhood master plan. The Ludlow change of zone is following section 30-3-110, and a motion will be forwarded to the town board of trustees. The Ludlow master plan is following section 30-6-106, and that motion will be sent on to the Board of Trustees as well. This particular application received 3 different rounds of review with referral agencies and staff before coming before you this evening. Public testimony received prior to last Thursday, which is when the packet was uploaded to Planning Commission as well as to the public, were included in packet materials. And Mr. Charles does have one additional piece of public testimony that was received, I believe, yesterday or today, and so he will hand that out. The next steps will be, so tonight we're just hearing a change of zone and that neighborhood master plan. Those are very conceptual items that you'll hear tonight. The next step will be a preliminary plat, which identifies how those lots will be divided, and then a final plat. So there are 2 more steps in this process. There are some notes. The applicant is Don Hinson rather than Jim Hinson. That was just a typo in the staff report. The current zoning is listed as part of the Summers PUD. The zoning is PUD as previously stated as part of the Ludlow projects in 2010. And then with that, we will go to some of those process sheets as well. So again, we've had the pre-application step. We've gone through the application submittal step. We are in step 3, which is a public hearing meeting step. And again, then the next order of business on the slide outlines the public hearing process itself. Staff will make a presentation, the applicant will make a presentation, then there will be a public hearing. So those that want to speak this evening that are here should have signed up on the sheets. And the first individual will be called up and then followed by subsequent individuals that want to speak. And then the public hearing will be closed, and then planning commissioners will have discussion and voting. And then with that, I am going to now officially turn it over to Mr. Will Charles.
Good evening again. I'll go ahead and skip forward a couple slides. As Ann mentioned, this is for Ludlow Farms for the neighborhood master plan as well as that rezoning. This property is 306 acres, and it's the applicant is the Ludlow Farms LLC. So next slide is the zoning map. The whole property is one very tan blob, as you can see on the picture. It was zoned plan unit development whenever the property was annexed into the city, with a similar kind of idea for the property as what is shown in this neighborhood master plan. So those more commercial districts bordering those higher intensity roadways. And then as you move kind of towards the southeast, you get into those less intense residentials into the, eventually single families. So again, as well, this is the future land use map out of the comprehensive plan. So you can kind of see, if you think about, colors, those reds being the more intense commercial uses, and then tapering down into those less intense residential uses as you move south towards the property. So just a little geographical context. Mountain Avenue would be that thicker horizontal road to the top, 287, that road to the west. Getting into that neighborhood master plan, so as you can see on here, again, as mentioned, it has those commercial portions more along the Mountain Avenue and the 287 to the west. And then as you kind of move towards those portions further south and further east, you get into those less intense residential uses. They have a considerable amount of open space on the property as well as some planned parks and things of that nature. One's down running south, north-south in the middle of the property, as well as some planned parks on the bottom, as well as an open space near the southern portion of the property. Additionally, you can notice on this plan that there are a lot of access points to existing roadways through not only that connection of Spartan Avenue through to 287, but also the connections along Mountain Avenue, as well as various connections to Berthoud Parkway to the east, as well as a proposed connection to that residential neighborhood to the south. So as far as neighborhood master plans, they have these 5 criteria that they're required to meet. So the first one is meeting that comprehensive plan and preferred land use map as shown. When this property was annexed, it kind of had an idea that it would be this commercial transition to residential, as well as that's also what is indicated on that future land use map in the comprehensive plan. The next one is making sure it is a functional system of land that's consistent with the code, port plan, as well as the comprehensive plan. Staff has found that it meets the criteria for these various plans. The third one being more related to preliminary traffic, open space, pedestrian designs, things of that nature. So as with any of these submittals, not only is planning staff reviewing these, but also our engineers, utilities, all those departments as well. They did not find any deficiencies on it. Additionally, the next one being that negative impacts on adjacent land use have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated. With the number of access points, as well as with the way that the higher intensities are kind of pushed further away from those established single-family residential neighborhoods to the east and to the south, staff finds that it does mitigate those negative impacts that could potentially be if you put those higher intensity uses, right on top of those more single-family residential neighborhoods. And then finally, the last one is there's a need or desirability within the community for the development. So as mentioned, this property was annexed with that planning and development. And so at that time, their proposal with their annexation was to have a project kind of consistent with how this is configured. So staff has found that there's desirability within the town for this project. So that's it for the neighborhood master plan. As far as the rezoning, this is a little confusing to see, but the left is the northern portion of the site. So Mountain Avenue would be that top border along that, where it has that urban residential. And then as you go south, where that split is, it would turn into that suburban residential for a majority of the portions of the southern portions of the site. As far as criteria for rezonings, these are a little bit different. You don't have to meet all of them. You just need to meet one of them for a rezoning. Staff has found that this plan is consistent with rezoning criteria number 2, which talks about changing conditions within the town. So the town in general has started trying to move away from these planning developments into things that are more consistent with the newly created zone districts for the town. So this rezoning pushes the development closer to what is in that future land use map, and still allows them to kind of create a project similar to what was in that planning and development. As far as recommendations, we are recommending approval of both that neighborhood master plan as well as the rezoning, with the one condition on that rezoning being that it be approved only upon approval of that neighborhood master plan. That is it for my presentation, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Chairman Bowker, Commission, thank you very much.
Your presentation up there for you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's a different file.
Yep, no worries. And now I think those. There you go.
And there, push the space bar.
Yeah. I think you can also use this if you.
Yeah, that's where it's 30. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we've already been introduced to the parcel by staff, so I'm going to pass over that, the 306 acres, unless anybody has any questions about where it is. I'd like to introduce our team first. In the back, I have Don and J.M. Hinson. And then I also have the Spencers, Ken and Jake. They're twin brothers. Ken's aging a little worse than Jake is. And the landowner is Greg Ludlow. And our fearless leader is Kristen Turner, that I believe you all know.
We have Ruth.
And, oh, I'm sorry, Ruth. That's our traffic engineer. She's amazing. Many developers have approached Mr. Ludlow about developing this property over the years, so it's an incredible honor to be brought in by Mr. Ludlow to help him with the development of this property and the planning of this property. Greg Ludlow demands that when we design a community, it basically tells a story of a rich history that the town of Berthoud has. So therefore, before we go forward and tell you exactly what we have in store or our vision, we really have to take you back a little bit in history. And I'm talking way back, 137 years. Greg's great-grandfather is F.I. Davis. F.I. Davis was the first mayor of Berthoud. He came here in 1886 and opened a hardware store on Mountain Avenue. 2 years later, he was elected mayor. Now, in that same election, he actually did something negative, which is he outlawed alcohol, but I digress. But Greg's great-grandfather was the first mayor of the city, or this town. Greg's family has Greg's Greg's grandfather purchased this land about 100 years ago, and they had a Ludlow packing company was located in Berthoud. And so when as we move this forward, Greg's grandfather, Ovid, was also the mayor of this town. And so I wanted to give you that background just so you understand how important it is, so you get a background for why we're designing the community the way it is as a tribute to this community. But I also wanted to say that Don Hinson's going to come up and he's going to present our plan. And the plan does conform to your comprehensive plan very closely. But we've been working for a year on this because this plan will also forever, it's going to honor and illustrate the history of this amazing region. And I think you're going to be very impressed with what you see. But I'd like any general questions if you have, please. But if not, I'm going to turn it over to Don Hinson.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for taking your time to consider our application. By the way, that was Mr. F.I. Davis' first store here in Berthoud. A little background on the parcel. As you just heard, it was annexed in 2010, zoned PUD, and had an overall development plan approved in 2011. And then subsequent to that, the town undertook a nearly 18-month process of community engagement, which culminated in the adoption of a new comprehensive plan in summer of 2021. Many of you probably participated in that process. This was followed by revisions to the zoning and land development codes to bring them in compliance with the comp plan. And although we could proceed under the PUD and the overall development plan, a meeting with staff, it was clear that it made sense to transition to your new code, your new comp plan, and it would be a lot less cumbersome on both staff and our consultants instead of trying to shoehorn a PUD into your new code. So we agreed to go through the rezoning process and the neighborhood master plan process. Now, we've heard how important this property is to Greg, and we think it'll be a legacy not only to his family, but also to the town of Berthoud. And I think it's important before we get into the details to talk about our approach, because we don't look at it as building subdivisions, we look at it as building communities, and we put a lot of time and effort in that. And so I wanted to go through a little bit of our thought process and how we arrived at the plan we have. After review of the comp plan, one of the first things we did was get involved and find out, get a better understanding of Berthoud. We spent quite a bit of time getting to know the town. We understood from reviewing the Mountain Avenue plan that it was important that that entry corridor be something the town could be proud of. We also knew that entry corridor, there was an expectation of having shops and restaurants along there. I know there's a real desirability in Berthoud to have more shops, more restaurants, and more places of entertainment, so we certainly took that into consideration. You also have stressed a mix of housing types, and you've also stressed quality of life enhancing amenities, open space, trails are a priority. And that's pretty plain in your newly enacted Development Code. And it's interestingly, I was told that we are the first to go through this process under your new code. So it'll be an interesting ride, and I'm sure we'll have some hiccups along the way that we'll have to work through. But we commend you for setting a good blueprint for us to go by. We also could not ignore the opportunity to create a connection and synergy with nearby Wagner Farm Park, as it's catty-corner to the property, and it's an asset to the town, and we think that there'd be a real sense of a community tying those two together, and that we're making an effort to do that. You know, one of the things we noticed is Berthoud's very proud of its rich history, including the relocation of the town from the banks of the Little Thompson to its current location, which I find fascinating, and the agricultural heritage as the garden spot of Colorado. Now, a few sessions with Mark French at the Cornerstone Cafe and a tour of the Little Thompson Valley Pioneer Museum next door brought that history to life. This proud history is one of the elements that gives Berthoud a strong sense of community. We want to provide opportunities for all segments of the population, from children through seniors, to live, learn, work, and play, and interact on a daily basis. We look at how the various elements from different housing types to parks and commercial interact to create a very livable community with a high quality of life. And I emphasize community again because it's a lot harder to build a community than it is to build a subdivision. It's complex. You have to look at the different land uses within the community, integrate those, and make sure everything works together, and really envision the people living there, and we'll talk about more of that in a minute. So we spent over a year drafting, revising, and improving this plan. And fortunately, as I said before, your comprehensive plan provided a great base to start from. So we talked about history, and we couldn't think of a better way to honor Greg's family and to honor the town than to create a historic trail right through the middle of the project, and then wrap it with a community park. And by historic trail, you may be wondering, what does that mean? It means a trail where there would be stations along the way with displays telling Berthoud stories, all the way from the times when the Indians were the occupants, the Native Americans were the occupants, to now. And I think it's going to be a real tribute to the town. Now, as you will shortly see, this plan provides for some pretty dramatic views with the Main Street entrance on the north, overlooking a wet pond all the way down the park to the amenity center that anchors the south end of the park. Now, we zoomed in a little bit on the Main Street entrance. We envision it to be flanked by restaurants, retail, commercial fronting Mountain Avenue. There'll also be opportunities for office, employment, residential, maybe a yoga or art studio. So we think that will be a great activity center for the community and also for the town. Another item to note on the overall plan is the Spartan connection to Highway 287. We accommodated this connection. It's been on plans for several years now, and it's a much-needed connection to allow another east-west corridor in and out of the town, and it is a big traffic mitigator. And while we're talking about that, once we saw that connection and it needed to be made, it just made sense. If you look at that, there are thousands of commuters every day going up and down 287. they're gonna stop for gas, they're gonna stop for a sandwich, they're gonna stop for coffee somewhere. Why don't we have an opportunity for Bertha to share in that revenue? One of the things we look at, they'll pull off, they'll get their sandwich, they'll get their coffee, and they'll get right back on 287. But the good thing is we collect the sales tax in the town. We kind of look at it as a voluntary toll booth on 287. So that's one of the reasons we put that commercial node there. Now, speaking of transportation nodes, you'll note that the higher intensity uses are planned around 2 transportation nodes, which we just talked about. Then we slowly transition to less intense development as we get further away. We've been doing that for years. It's good common sense planning, but now it has the buzzword of transect-based development patterns. So it has a name now, so that's good. But you can't have a community without people. And as we began to plan the community, we did as we always do, and we envisioned it from the eyes of the people who will be living there. We think that may be the best way to communicate our vision and goals for the community. So if you will indulge me, let's step a little into the not too distant future, and let's spend some time with the Smith family. It's Emily and Michael Smith and their 2 kids, Olivia and William, new residents in the community. They just finished soccer games at Wagner Farm Park and are headed back to the beginning of Legacy Trail at the corner of Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue. First stop is for some ice cream. And there, they start with the timeline, the first station in the Legacy Trail, where they learn the timeline of Bertha's history. Then they stroll down the promenade a short distance and work their way onto the plaza, where Emily finds out who's going to be playing there tonight. They further move over to Main Street because they just love the view down there over the wet pond, down the park, all the way to the amenity center. And to give you an idea of scale, that park is half a football field wide, 7 football fields long, covers over 8 acres. And you'll see the Legacy Trail along the left side there, meandering along the creek bed along the way. We envision this as a real meeting place for the community, a place to socialize, recreation. We think this will be an asset, not only for the community of Ludlow Farms, but for everyone, because it connects to the regional trail system at both ends. And while we're on this, I have to give a shout out to Mark French. We're on our second draft of the stations in the Legacy Trail. He has been phenomenal in helping us and sharing his vast knowledge. And we look forward to continuing to work with Mark and the Historical Society to really turn this into an extension of the museum that also creates synergy between the two. We now make our way to Skip Rock Lake. That's where William always tries to beat his record of the number of skips when he throws the rock across the lake. While they're there, Emily's mom, Sarah, stops by. She just bought a condo in the community. She loves being close to Legacy Park, where she walks daily. She's made many new friends. Babysitting the grandkids, volunteering, and the many activities available nearby at Wagner Park keep her busy. They also see Sarah's neighbor Josh, who recently graduated the fire academy and was hired as a Berthoud firefighter. He's third generation Berthoud, and he is thrilled that he did not have to leave Berthoud to find an affordable place to live. They continued the trail, meandering along the creek bed, stopping at each station to examine the displays, such as the farm equipment used in the wheat and sugar production. Emily says hi to Stan, who is walking the trail. Stan just joined Emily's architecture practice and lives with his wife in one of the townhomes near the park. They also see Miss Garcia, Williams Elementary School teacher, finishing up a yoga class in one of the open grassed areas in Legacy Park. She lives in one of the, as Greg says, right-sized Mission Homes cottage homes, is a perfect fit for her lifestyle. They also passed the Johnson's home. It's an alley-loaded, single-family, detached home fronting the park that fits their busy lifestyle. Both he and his wife own the dental practice that the Smith family utilizes and is located in the village center. As they approach the history station that tells about the railroad, Olivia borrows Michael's iPhone and scans the QR code. She loves to hear the story of the townspeople loading the buildings onto the wagons and moving to town from the banks of the Little Thompson to the bluff. They now make their way past the daycare center adjacent to the amenity. Many parents appreciate the convenience of having a daycare located within walking distance of their homes. They are now almost home. The Smiths live in one of the single-family detached homes overlooking Dry Creek. They love their fenced-in backyard where the kids can play with their new puppy Max. But before they head home, they walk past the amenity center, past the pool, the spray ground, the pickleball courts, to the overlook deck. There, they close out the day enjoying another beautiful sunset over Longs Peak, happy to call Berthoud home. And I appreciate you guys allowing us to personalize this, because that's the way we envision. We envision the people living there and what they would like and what they would enjoy. So at this time, we'd like to turn it over to Kristen. She's going to review some of the submittal documents, and then we'll summarize and finish it up and turn it back to you.
Thank you.
Hello, how's everybody doing tonight? All right, I will be brief, but I'm here to tell you a little bit more about the technical components and how we're meeting your land use code. So this is the neighborhood master plan document that was submitted to the town. You will notice, let's see if I can draw the little arrow. So there is a dashed black line. If you follow the arrow here, that runs through the middle of the park and then runs kind of diagonally down Spartan Avenue. That is our dividing line for the zoning. So the first part of our application obviously is the zoning document. Everything north and west of that dash line, we're proposing as urban residential zoning to meet your new zone codes. And everything south and east of that dash line, we're proposing as suburban residential. As part of that zoning and that code, you'll notice that our highest density uses are proposed along Mountain and 287. And then they, the density and the intensity drops as you move towards the east and as you move towards the south next to the adjacent neighborhood. So we looked at the design for this community and those zone districts. They're intentional to make sure that we're starting to feather as we move towards the existing neighborhoods, the existing community. The second piece of our application for tonight is the neighborhood master plan. And as you know, the purpose of that is to show the big idea for how this property could develop. So a couple of things that I wanted to point out was just the variety and product types that we're showing on this plan. We are showing multiple types of single-family detached, as well as the mission home style single-family detached, townhomes, duplexes, condos, apartments, mixed-use commercial. So it really kind of includes a little bit of everything in this community. What we like about being the ability to provide several different product types is that you get diversity in lot sizes, you get diversity in price. It allows for, this is a non-technical term, I call it like the evolution of a family home. So it allows for folks who might have just graduated from school and they're looking to buy their first home, and what might be appropriate for them. It also allows housing for a family that's got a couple of kids, or maybe a family that's growing and needs some more space. And then maybe you also have a family and their kids have moved out, they've grown up, and they're ready to downsize, but they want to stay in the community. So by providing these different product types, we allow kind of everybody in that life cycle of a home to find the right product fit for them here in this community. You'll notice the central park that runs right through the middle of the property. We did use that as an organizing feature for the design. And let's see here. Words are never that much fun to look at, but what I did want to point out was that subdivision identity elements, of course, are required with every community that moves forward. A property of this size with this density that we're proposing would require 8 subdivision identity elements. At this time, we're proposing 10. So I just did want to point out that, you know, we're looking at what are the right components for this community and not just how do we check off the boxes. So things that this community would include are a pool and a community building, pocket parks, trails that are designed throughout the community, playgrounds, pollinator plant palette that would be used throughout the community as well, and alley-loaded streets. All right, so on this slide, what you're seeing is the same plan. We've kind of grayed back all of the residential just so that we can highlight our parks, our open space, and our trails. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the trails and the sidewalk system that you see as part of this community. We have designed just under 3 miles of trails that are off-site of the streets. So pretty impressive to be able to have that kind of trail system just within a single community within Berthoud. In addition to that, all of our sidewalks would be detached sidewalks as part of our right-of-way system. We have another 14 miles of detached sidewalks as part of this development. So overall, we're looking at about 17 miles of pedestrian connectivity throughout this neighborhood. I think that's my favorite piece of this neighborhood. So great opportunities for folks to be able to get out, whether they're out walking or biking, pushing a stroller, speed walking, whatever it may be. There'll be a place for them somewhere within this community to find a loop or many loops that work best for them. This is just showing that same density scaled back in the open space and park system and trail system in color so that it's easier to see, and this is the south side of the site. So I did also want to point out that we have a large natural feature that moves through the southern portion of the site, a wetlands feature. This is really important to us. We want to preserve this and make sure that we have the appropriate buffering, which is what you're seeing here. We also want to amenitize it for the community and provide trail systems through there, maybe a place for people to sit and, you know, have a quiet space. Some parks are designed as more active spaces. We'll also have areas in the subdivision that are designed as more passive locations. So that's the intention of this southern piece of the property. And then just a few specifics on the parks that we're proposing. This is our pocket park that we're showing right now. It does include a loop walk, a large turf area for folks to hang out in, shade structures, playgrounds, gathering areas, and a little amphitheater as well. And as you can see from the image on the right-hand side, we've got just a little view of where that's located within the property. And then, of course, that large central park that runs through the property and serves as a spine for it. On the far left, you'll see it starting from the very north end, and then we kind of move towards the south. So it starts with that retention pond at the top. You'll notice that there's a trail system that will run all the way through this. That is actually a regional trail that will be connecting from the northwest portion of the site through the park all the way down to the southeast corner. So we had incorporated the port trails that are part of the master plan to run through this central park area. We do have shaded pavilions that are designed as part of this, an amphitheater, large turf areas for folks to get out and throw a frisbee or just hang out in the sun. Restrooms will be provided, and then as you move to the south, this linear park will kind of spill into a more active zone as part of that park. So on the south side of Spartan, you'll notice that we're planning for pickleball courts, the community building and the pool would be located there, a splash park, a playground, so much more active in that portion of the park. Okay. So that is an overview of our zoning and our neighborhood master plan, the components that we're providing as part of that. It is a community that we're really excited about. It is in conformance with the land use code, the Lucas standards, and the comprehensive plan. So we have designed it to not need to ask for any variations from that. And the last thing that I wanted to touch on and actually ask for your opinion on when you prefer that I address it, we did receive some comments from neighbors as part of the review process. So those were all reviewed and taken into consideration as we were doing our multiple rounds of reviews and revisions with the town. And I'm happy to address some of those comments now, or if you prefer, I can address them all at once after some of our neighbors who are here tonight have an opportunity to speak.
If you want to go ahead and address them, it might save some questions from the public, noting how you've addressed some of the questions that they've sent in.
Sure.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, you bet. So we did receive some comments on the project, and we've gone through all of those, and as I said, we took all of those into consideration as we worked through design iterations of this. And there were a couple of key components that came up a few times, and so those are really the ones that I'd like to address tonight. The first one that I'd like to talk about is schools. We received multiple comments about capacity in the schools. Is there sufficient capacity? And how are those schools going to function with this potential amount of density? And so I just wanted to explain that as part of the process, the school district is a referral agency for any application that's made to the town. So anytime we make a submittal, that submittal goes out to schools. It also goes out to police, to fire, to all the utilities, a whole list of referral agencies. And the school district reviews our application, and then the only group that actually decides on where a school will be located is the school district. So it's actually not the development community, and it's not the town either. So they look at the plan and they say, either we'd like a school site in this location, in which case it gets designed into the project, or they say, we don't need a school site in this location, we'll collect fees in lieu. And we have not had a request for a school site in this location. There are 2 additional potential school sites that are proposed in Berthoud, and so they have determined that this is not a site that makes the most sense for them to have a school site. So hopefully that helps to just kind of explain the process. It is absolutely something that's part of the consideration of the design, and is driven by the school district itself, looking at their modeling of where it makes the most sense for them to put a new school or to reserve space for a new school.
Would you mind if I ask a follow-up question?
Absolutely.
You mentioned that the school district could collect fees in lieu of submitting a school request. Can you explain what that means, please?
Yeah, basically it's fees per lot. And so that is collected by the school district, and it's how they start to save their funds for when they are ready to go and purchase a property or build a school.
And that's the process that's being pursued here?
Yes, yes.
Can you comment on where those 2 sites are that TSD is considering?
I know there's one that is reserved at Heron Lakes right now, and there is also one that's reserved at the Farmstead out on Mountain to the east.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the school site? Okay. Another comment that I saw come up on several of the letters was traffic and how this site would deal with traffic. And so Jim Birdsall actually talked about it with Heron Lakes, so I'll try not to repeat too much of it, but for the process, we actually submit a traffic study based on this maximum density that we're proposing. And so that was submitted as part of our package. It was reviewed by the town's engineer. And they tell us, we agree with your findings, or we don't agree with your findings, or, you might need to tweak this or change that. So that has been part of our review process. And what that report does is it basically says, what is this impact of this development on the surrounding streets? And when I say surrounding streets, it is definitely the adjacent streets, but we were also told as part of that, we need you to look this far out, for example. Like, we need you to look 3 intersections down along Mountain or 4E or whatever it may be. So that criteria is provided to us, and we make sure that the traffic study includes all of the requested intersections as part of that. The traffic report defines, based on this proposal, here's what's going to be needed. Here are the improvements that are going to be needed. And so that has been established, and if this is approved and we move forward with platting, then when we get to preliminary plat, those improvements that are identified will be required to be included in the plan. In addition to that, when we get to platting, an updated traffic study will be done. So they will look even more specifically at exactly what we're proposing, because again, you know, you see some conceptual bubbles on here, some of them that aren't filled in. So anything that is fully being designed at platting, there will be a new traffic study that is done that incorporates all of that. And so it could be that they say this is still in compliance with that original master traffic study, and you just need to proceed, or it may say something's changed a little bit and now there's an additional improvement that's required. So whatever those improvements are that are determined in the traffic report, those are incorporated into the platting process of the entitlement process. Any questions on traffic?
I'm just gonna ask a side note.
Sure.
And it can be discussed later if you wanna take it after the public hearing. And that will be the impact of 287 and the distance to Mountain in 287 and all those components that CDOT looks at for distance, for whether it's a light, roundabout, that type of thing.
Sure.
And I know this is early in that stage, but I just wanted to, that'll be a question.
Okay.
If you can clarify it at some point.
Yes, and I will ask Ruth to come up and talk more specifically about that one. So
Great,
thank you for that.
It looks like on each side of Central Park, they're one way. Is that the intention?
Mhm.
Okay.
That is the proposal for around the park. Yes. Another question that I saw come up a few times was water. Specifically, you know, do we have the water for this project? And as you know, Berthoud actually provides water for development within its GMA. And actually, as part of an annexation process, the town actually has to look at a property and say, is this a property that we can serve? And so this property has been annexed, and the town has determined, okay, as part of that annexation, this is a property that we can serve and it would be appropriate to be annexed into the town. So there are fees that are paid by the development for that water, but we aren't required to bring water because it is provided by the town. And so that was another question that I wanted to be sure to address.
So any historical water rights associated with the agricultural operation are not being deeded over or provided to the town. It's a cash in lieu arrangement.
It is. It's a payment to the town for the water. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So those were the primary concerns that I saw in the letters that we received, and hopefully those answers will help to address some of the questions that may come up today. But then I'm also happy to answer any other questions that may come up from the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we've already talked about the comp plan map and how we comply with the comp plan. We pretty much mapped the urban residential, suburban residential with the existing comp plan map. The comp plan has key strategies, so we measured ourselves against the comp plan's key strategies. First one was employ a transect-based planning approach. We already talked about that. I won't take any more time on that. Check that box. Protect open lands, preserve unique and sensitive environmental features. We talked about Dry Creek. We're putting a buffer on that. We check that box. Create a sustainable balance of goods and services by concentrating businesses near major roadway intersections, neighborhoods, and employment centers, which maximize access to residents, workers, and visitors. We worked really hard to integrate the Mountain Avenue corridor with the rest of the project so that hopefully we create a walkable community where a lot of the goods and services, people never have to leave the community to get to. So we check that box. Develop and maintain a safe, efficient, connected, multimodal transportation network that accommodates all ages and abilities. Included in the development are four minor collector roads, one major collector road, all with bike paths. So we handle the bicycles, we talked about the trails, and obviously the Spartan Connection is a huge traffic mitigator for any future traffic, not only for this project, but for the whole town. That's been on the town's priority for a long time, and this is an opportunity to work with the town to make it happen. So we check that box. Retain and enhance the vitality of downtown, supporting the historic character. I won't read the rest of that, but we feel like the Legacy Trail with all the history stations in it will be a pull as people read that, and it talks about the history of Berthoud and the downtown. It stands to reason when they want to go downtown and see the buildings, see the Pioneer Museum and that sort of thing. So we think that can be a pull to take people that walk that trail and go see what else is downtown. So we like that synergy. Provide a mix of housing. I think we went through that from duplexes, townhomes, condos, you name it. If there's a type housing we haven't covered, we don't know about it yet. So our goal is to provide an opportunity for housing for all segments of the population. So that's what we really work hard to do. And last, passive and active recreation. We talked about the community park. We talked about all the trails. The amenity center building will have a fitness center in it. So I think we checked that box. So out of 7 key let me start over. Out of 7 comp plan key strategies, we check all 7. So in summary, properties annexed in 2010, land use approved PUD in 2011 along with an overall development plan. The comp plan confirmed that land use and matched what was already approved. We're updating the zoning at the request of staff to comply with their current zoning code. We feel like we're bringing infrastructure, amenities, and a sense of community that will enhance the quality of life and be an asset to the town for generations to come. And we would appreciate your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Well, at this time, we will have a public hearing on Ludlow rezoning.
This is that email that came in between the time your packet came out and
Oh,
the
okay.
yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, for the rezoning, I do not have anybody signed up, nor do I have anybody raising their hand on that one.
Okay. All right, well, I will close the public hearing on the rezoning public hearing. And bring it back to commissioners for questions and discussion.
Over everything or specifically the zone?
This is just on the rezoning for this.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can ask the members of the Planning Commission to speak very loudly and clearly, as some individuals in the back cannot hear.
I have a general procedure question. So we're on the rezoning, and then we will be looking at the neighborhood master plan. But the actual approvals would be reverse of that, right? Where we would only approve.
In the packet, yeah, you reversed it. It is reversed, I should say.
Yeah, in the packet it is reversed, but the zoning should go first before the neighborhood master plan because the neighborhood master plan is conforming to the zone district boundaries.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So the motion we are considering now is on the rezoning.
Yep, yep.
Can I have a refresher of what would fall under mixed use?
Of course. So mixed use under the UR and the SR zoning, that's what your question is. Let me get out my municipal code here, and Will, unless you have that memorized, I will take a look.
I mean, I guess like a standard definition for mixed use, is that what you're looking for, or something particular to the code? As far as, yeah, so mixed use could be something like, where you see a strip of commercial, businesses with residential above it. It could also be that where it's mixed use, where it's side by side, so you have, an apartment with maybe a corner coffee shop or something like that, so. Think about it in the literal idea of a mixed use, building or structure or property.
And Commissioner, if you would, on table 3.7 for the SR, or the suburban zone district, some uses that the town code indicates could be contemplated would be a child care home, family care, some agricultural uses such as urban farming, child care center, commercial retail businesses, a distillery, entertainment facilities, equipment rental, bars or taverns, banks and financial institutions, a hospital, a hotel, medical or dental offices or clinics, professional offices, personal offices. So that would be in the suburban use district. In the urban, the types of uses, and that was just a sample, I could have kept reading. Things, let's see, anything that looks different. A religious assembly would be something that would be different in the urban area. So those are the types of uses that could occur in addition to the residential.
Is it possible while we're talking about this to put that proposed zoning map back up on the screen?
And then, sorry,
No, go ahead.
for retail or revenue purposes, would that be essentially taxed as commercial development under the mixed use?
Yep, so the businesses would collect sales tax. It would be assessed as a commercial use versus any other use as well. So there'd be the property tax and any use tax or sales tax would be collected.
Okay, thank you.
And for clarification, their proposed development meets the comp plan.
It does.
I did have a question, and I know we've been seeing a lot of maps, but on the north side, I think our comp plan had suburban business as the zone, and we're showing urban residential as in the request. Maybe I have that mixed up, but is that, was there a particular reason? Was that to allow the mixed use or the type of development envisioned, or is it a technicality?
Yeah, so I can kind of skip back to that future land use map. Yeah, so it has that, suburban business, kind of on the top, moving into that urban residential, suburban residential. The future land use map is kind of more kind of goals. And, these new zone districts, as Anne's been kind of mentioning and kind of hinted at with that mixed use definition, there's a lot of overlap on them. So the same kind of goals apply to both of those districts. The was urban residential, just allows for a simpler, more consistent plan.
Question on the mixed use, I think you talked about restaurants and some things like that. Would you see, there's a road there, it's a little tough to see, but it's called Minor, I think it's a corridor. But anyhow, would the access to those businesses be from Mountain or would they be from that minor corridor, do you envision?
I think you're referring to the Mountain Avenue plan?
Could you show that other picture?
Yeah,
if possible?
could we see the plan that
The
shows
neighborhood master
just the?
plan,
yes.
is that what you're looking
Yeah.
at?
It's Meadowlark. Meadowlark is the road, this one. Right here. So access from Meadowlark would be a potential to that. The town has asked for potential access there. Those designs, those internal roads are not designed
Sure.
yet. But there would be access internally from the site and potentially from Meadowlark as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there other questions about the zoning? Excuse me, the rezoning? And then we'll address the neighborhood master plan next.
Sure, yeah, I don't have any additional questions about the rezoning.
There is a motion for us to consider.
I'll move to recommend approval of the rezoning of the, to the town board.
Second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Deputy Clerk, can you,
Hold on,
I'm
there is
sorry.
a condition that I think
Oh,
we should
okay.
have about the neighborhood master plan.
we're just doing the rezoning.
There's a, yeah, the rezoning of the
Yeah, I
only
can-
upon approval.
Well, that's in the new one. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
No, you're right. It's kind of getting to
We
the
have to-
procedural question of, you have to put a condition on the approval that zoning only gets approved if the neighborhood master plan gets.
All right,
I'll
I'll
ask
amend my own motion.
Clarification from Ann.
I'm sorry, Chair.
I just want to clarify that motion, that it has to be contingent on the neighborhood master plan.
Yes, that is what is being requested by staff, is that the move to approve the change of zone, you can approve that, but if for some reason the neighborhood master plan is not approved this evening, that zoning would revert back to PUD.
Okay.
Happy to amend my own motion. I would move, that the planning commission recommend approval to the town board of the rezoning with the following condition. The rezoning will be approved only upon approval of the neighborhood master plan.
I would second that. I may have seconded too quickly last time. You didn't get that in, sorry.
So the amended motion has been made and seconded. And I'll ask the deputy clerk to take roll call. Thank you.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Secretary Kurtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wing,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Feldbush,
Yes.
and Chair Dowker.
Yes.
The motion is passed.
Great, thank you. And now we will move on to agenda item 7 on the agenda, which is a public hearing on Ludlow Neighborhood Master Plan with staff.
First up,
Yes.
Chair, we have Greg Garland, and then second would be Caitlin Shepherd.
I didn't open the public hearing yet. I
Oh,
didn't know if
sorry.
we needed to address anything.
I don't have anything further to address. This time unless you have
Okay.
questions.
I didn't open it yet. That's why I wanted to make sure that staff, if they had any further additions following that one. So now we will open the public hearing and we will move to, great, clarify all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's George Garmany, and I live at 782 South 10th Street, just a couple of blocks east of the proposed development. And I'm really concerned about the impact that the current design of this plan will have on traffic up and down Berthoud Parkway. And if you look at the map, and I have to admit, the map that I have is much too small to see things like Meadowlark and so forth, but there are, there's the single access, just one access onto 287, a couple of accesses onto Mountain Avenue, and then five ways to access on and off Berthoud Parkway. And with 1,500 to 1,800 new families in this area, that's going to generate a huge amount of traffic onto the Berthoud Parkway that I don't think is going to be properly managed. Mr. Hinson, I thank you for your description of this lovely idyllic Smith family. But I need to tell you a couple of extra things that occurred to me about the Smith family. Mr. Smith works up at one of the foundries, one of the sculpture foundries up in Loveland, and his wife is a teacher in Longmont. They moved here from Longmont, and as a result, they continue to do a lot of their shopping in and out of Longmont. And I haven't heard anything about a big grocery store coming in or anything like that. So they'll continue to go there. And they and their 1,800 neighbors are going to be going up and down 287 a lot to get to these other places, because that's where many of them will work, and some of them are going to go as far as Fort Collins. I would urge that the master plan be amended to include at least one additional access onto 287, because as it is right now, they all have to come out onto Berthoud Parkway to go places, except for that one access point. So I think we should look for an additional access onto 287 in addition to the Spartan build out. And I can't tell whether Meadowlark goes up along that western edge of the division, but another possibility is to create a north-south road along the western side of that to improve the access onto the Spartan road access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next chair is Caitlin Shepherd.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Shepherd. I live on 1100 Monroe Avenue, just a stone's throw away from this Ludlow development. Several concerns here, but I want to get started. I do have, you guys beat with your mayor. My family actually dates back much further than that, and the town of Loveland was named after my great uncle. He awarded the town of Berthoud to be named after Captain Edward Lewis Berthoud for his help in building the railroads. So needless to say, this land is very near and dear to our heart. And to be honest with you, I know I'm not an idiot. This is not a public hearing, it's a public telling. This has been in the works for over a decade, and it's just very frustrating. Feels like the Berthoud is not being honored, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, I'm shaky. I'm just very frustrated. But I really do want to bring up a point here that although it may not look like it, this is gentrification to the highest degree. We are an affluent white community, and it may not seem that way, but you will be pushing out families who've been here for decades, and in my case, for centuries. I'm not going to be able to afford any of the housing here anymore, so we'll be out of here, and that just is really hard. I just ask that you don't let them pull the wool over your eyes with this. It is a much more serious issue, especially with 287 corridor. I mean, you're going to have 4,000 more cars on there, more fatal accidents. If there's not any plans for safety, it sounds like there's no real plan for any schools or for any public servants here. It just is worrisome, and I really do hope you guys see the warning signs here before you make your final decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Carl Tabor.
My name is Carl Tabor. I live at 305 Cheyenne Drive, about 100 feet from the development. I understand Mr. Ludlow has the right to do as he wishes with his property. As the young lady just mentioned, my last name is Tabor, so I have some history here too. not as viable a history perhaps. But I have to agree with pretty much everything that's been said about, I'm really concerned about traffic because County Road 17 is right behind my house and it's already a nightmare. Not a nightmare, but a bad dream. The traffic, I mean, the size of this community is a small town. And that's what Berthoud was when I moved here 30 years ago. I grew up in Arapahoe County and saw Littleton go from 1 zip code to about 10. And I really don't look forward to seeing that happen here. That's about all I got to say. Thanks.
Next is Aaron Erickson.
Oh yeah, my name's Aaron Erickson. I live at 1144 Gabriella Lane, just east of this new development in the New Rose Farm Acre development. I agree with the comments that have been made tonight from the public. In addition to the traffic, I'd just like to think the 287 entrance will actually just be a shortcut into the town. And so a lot of the traffic's going to be also piling onto Berthoud Parkway. So I want to make sure that that is taken into account. And maybe that can be redirected up into Mountain, coming in and back up Mountain some way. I also like to just raise on the schools. It seems like there isn't a plan for additional schools. I have a 3-year-old daughter that we've had difficulty even getting her into pre-K right now. So I just want to mention that, and hopefully there's some development ongoing right now for additional schools. Lastly, just if this does get approved, is there something that can be done about noise pollution during construction? Maybe light pollution? Just with the neighboring, the surrounding neighborhoods, it'd be good to minimize the sound because it's such a large development that would be brought forth by construction. So that's all. Thank you.
Derek Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Derek Johnson. I live at 1130 Gabriella Lane. Aaron is my neighbor, so he kind of hit we talked about this on the way over, so he really took most of my stuff. So I agree with everything he said and pretty much everything everybody else has said. I think the school thing is probably my biggest concern. I know you said there's 2 school sites maybe coming, but I assume, all the schools, I have little kids as well, and their schools are full here now, so I don't know if the plan is to bus kids to Heron Lake to go to school or to Farmstead Acres, where I know there's lots more homes coming in too. But I think 2 schools, even if they build those, aren't nearly enough for what's coming to this town. So schools is probably my biggest concern. Berthoud Parkway is another big issue. Even now with all the construction that's been going on there now, the road is getting beat up as it is. So with all the future traffic on Berthoud Parkway, I don't know what the plan is for Berthoud Parkway. Does it need to be widened? And like Aaron said, that's just gonna be a shortcut into town. So I think traffic is gonna be a really big issue that hopefully can be addressed if this goes through. Thanks.
Diane Michael.
Diane Michael, 1099 Bluebell Road, we're right across the street from Berthoud Parkway. I didn't come here to say anything, I came to listen, but just after hearing just the magnitude, the size of this subdivision or this community, is really a small city is what's being proposed. And Berthoud will completely lose its small town feel. I was just doing a little calculating, so if everybody had a 4-person family, the population of the Ludlow Farms would be around 7,000 people, probably increasing the population of Berthoud by, I don't know what it is now, 12,000, let's say. That almost another 50% more. And I just wonder if that's been really consider that overall impact. I mean, I know we could talk about the small little things about the streets and all this stuff, but it will just completely change the character of Berthoud. And I feel like the impact letter should have gone out to all of the people in the town of Berthoud, because it's gonna affect everybody in Berthoud. And I know everybody's mentioned the traffic, but just thinking about Mountain Avenue, that's not gonna be able to sustain that kind of population, and, you know, everybody shopping here and there, which of course we're all hoping for to increase the revenue of the town. But it just will completely change what I think the character of Berthoud is. And I was thinking, oh, well, we're adding to the problem because we're in Rose Farm Acres, but if we have 4-person families there, it increased the population by like 520, which is nothing compared to what is being proposed. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is on Zoom, and it'll be Jay Mueller, and we just need to give him a second to be unmuted.
Did you say Jay Mueller?
Yes.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jay Miller, and we live in 1155 Bluebell Road, so along with some neighbors that I've heard here already speak just some of their concerns. We serendipitously made our way to Berthoud because we lived in Arvada for 10 years, and we were there for a while, and we've seen kind of firsthand what it looks like for a subdivision of this magnitude to go in, specifically Candelas, with, I think, I don't know, 1,500 homes, single-family homes, and 1,000 apartments, I think, multifamily homes. And, you know, I think just in general, we love Berthoud. Obviously, we can't claim anything to, you know, some of these other people I've spoken have been here for years. You know, we're new. We've only been here since the fall of last year. But I think one thing that we really just loved about it, coming from Arvada, was just the small town feel. And when I see something like this come in, you know, obviously it always happens, right? There's just, we continue to grow and populate, and it continues to happen. But it would be nice to see it kind of slow down and stop, and maybe something of this size. It just, with Candelas, what we've seen, yes, I mean, it's this mega community with the backdrop of the foothills, and it kind of loses the touch of what it's meant to be as far as Colorado is concerned. You know, it looks great on paper, rainbows and ponies, but along with that, there comes pollution, crime. We've seen it. More 7-Elevens, more King Soopers, everything along with it. It starts to feel like another Longmont, another Loveland, another Lafayette, another Erie, home after home after home after home. So I know I'm kind of going past probably 3 minutes, but we love Berthoud for what it is, and this just doesn't feel like Berthoud. But I know money speaks louder, so, but I would hope that the community could win with this one with their concerns and hesitations on it, so, thank you.
Christine Torres?
Hello, I just wanted to talk to you guys.
Christine, can you say your address, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
3930 Arley Drive. I live out in the country and I help the schools, and I went and talked to the CFO and the COO, not about this, but all.
Christine, we need to address the commission and
Okay,
the public.
I want everyone to be aware of what happens with schools. So if you guys are concerned with any subdivision, every 2 weeks, the schools talk to our town. And they do know the yield. It's 0.1 to 0.3 per 10 households. So they do put that into their studies. And so for you guys, that impact, they greatly look at that. And I went and talked to both the CFO of Thompson School District and the COO when I saw this, because I was worried about the schools as well. But here's the thing. We, to get our next 2024 to pass and get our schools to be improved, the 2 elementary are near max capacity. Turner's at 75%, and Berthoud High School's at 75%. The elementary is what they're looking at to improve both or add a school too, which they cannot do when they're at 100 to 75% capacity. So actually this will help us to increase, do things such as air conditioning and add on to the elementary schools, as well as make a more robust system like St. Vrain has. Our school district, we we are in a situation where they would gladly talk to the public. If the public is concerned, all you gotta do is call Todd Picone and he can address your questions. Because I too is concerned, I help a lot with it, and I feel very comfortable with this and other growth, knowing that our district works hand in hand with our school, with our town. So I just wanted to address that, to relieve that. I know the other situations I'm not relieving, but I did want to relieve that situation about the schools and the
Thank
students.
you. Thank you.
Chair, there is no one else.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this public hearing at this time? Yes, and if you can just, well, actually, if you want to just, your name and address, that would be great for the staff. Thank you so much.
I'm Chris Shepherd. I also live at 1100 Monroe. And this is kind of a deja vu feeling. Years ago, lived in the Firestone area, lived rural, and it grew. So my late husband and I moved to the mountains, and I loved living in the foothills for 22 years. And because of his disability, we ended up moving back down here. And I love Berthoud. I love this small town. I love what it represents. And I too am dismayed at the big size. It looks like from the planning that it is intended to take away from the downtown. And a question I had on transportation is, we talk about Berthoud Parkway, which affects me also. But how about Mountain? How about those people that want to have access to I-25? There's only one way that they can go. So do we take down the trees and take down the buildings and make it 4-lane so that people can go through? Because if you add 4,000 cars and say 2,000 of them are wanting to make their way to Denver, DIA, how are they going to do that? I mean, do we make one way, make Welsh one way, and make Mountain a different way? You know, how do we accommodate that? It's not just 287. Okay. So Berthoud is a cool place. And something like this is sticking a fork in the town, and I think somebody has already kind of expressed that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair, we did have someone raise their hand.
Okay.
And it was Anita Connor.
Anita Connor?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to do it on my phone, but nobody recognized my name, so I'm back on Zoom, sorry. Yes, I have to reiterate everything I've heard of people speak up, and I appreciate everybody showed up to have these concerns, excuse me, because I feel it's really what's happening in Berthoud. How big does Berthoud want to get, I guess, is the question. And I feel like this Norman Rockwell presentation was wonderful, but I don't think it's reality. And I feel that the growth is going to hurt us more than help us, because I work in Longmont, and there's nothing I really buy in Berthoud, to be honest with you, because I go to Longmont, and as one person mentioned, they're going to go to Loveland, they're going to go to Longmont. Yeah, I go out here once in a while, but we work in other places. There's that, there's the traffic, the noise. I can't imagine, I live on 113 Sioux Drive, by the way, I think I forgot to identify that. I can't imagine looking out that beautiful field and just hearing people screaming out there, like she said, maybe 7,000. I calculate maybe at least 3,000. It's not going to be quiet. I don't know how it's ever going to get quiet here. To me, they're making another town. I mean, it's like another little town, gated community over there. So I'm really disappointed if this goes through. It'll probably affect me staying here, but I don't know. But I was looking more for, easements and hopefully agricultural for small places like Boulder does. Boulder's done very well with open space, so I'm not sure what the whole community wants here. But anyway, I think that's all I can say, because it seems like everybody has the same concerns that I do. I just think everybody should rethink this. This is a huge undertaking, and it will change Berthoud. It will not be the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no one else that wants to speak at this public hearing, I'm going to close the public hearing.
There's no one else online.
Okay. And we'll close the public hearing on And I'm gonna actually ask a question. I know I should let the other commissioners, but I wanna ask Kristen to come up real quick and Mr. Mulshine to the microphone so you can answer a couple of questions that I have. You spoke, Kristen, about the diversity of housing, which means the price point was a very big focus. You specifically mentioned mission homes. Mr. Mulshine, I want to ask a point of reference. I am familiar with the development that you did in Longmont, and I'd like to have you speak a little bit about the people that live there and the affordability standard that you bring to this development.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question, and the only thing that, I think we have technical answers to everything, but there was the one comment, and I really appreciate, because anybody can call me anytime. Anybody who comments can call me anytime, I'll sit down with anybody and discuss anything, but as far as the housing, the whole concept of getting the densities higher and making the units smaller is to go ahead and be able to cater to the first responders, to the teachers. And frankly, we're enamored. We don't have a contract yet, but we're going to work with David Gregg and Mission Homes. We love what they do, and it's right up our alley. Our last development, we're the first people in the country to ever do a campus for the homeless in a new home community. That's serving the veterans. You may have seen that on TV. We take very serious that commitment. And frankly, from a business standpoint, yeah, it's not as profitable to cater to a market that sells for a lower price, but they sell a lot quicker because there's a lot of people out there that need the housing. And we're trying to create a community where the teachers can afford to come, where the firefighters, I have a daughter who's a firefighter in Colorado Springs, I wish she could find a place to live. We're trying to cater to that. We've done it in every other development. If you go online and you try to look at condominiums for sale, Longmont, it's gotten too expensive. We have our builders have condos starting in the $300,000 range, $350,000, right adjacent to the Fox Hill Country Club. That's the kind of housing we're trying to provide. We're trying to provide it for a community here. And as far as anything being gated, our trails work with the entire regional trails. We're welcoming to everybody. That linear park isn't for our residents, it's for the community. So that would be my answer to the housing issue.
Thank you.
thank
That stuck in as a outstanding question that people ask. So I'll open it to questions from commissioners then.
I'd like to hear a little more about the traffic study that was submitted and maybe address some of the issues that were raised by the public about Griffith Parkway. And potentially, as I know, some of this isn't resolved yet, I realize, because we need to get through some of these other steps. But I think it would be helpful to be able to address the vision and maybe what some of these solutions could be.
Thank you. Since it's with the traffic, if you could also address, when we were reviewing the previous development with the trails at Creekside and that traffic study, and that's all connected down this tunnel. And we had discussed a need for a traffic light then, so I didn't know if you could wrap that into everything you're talking about.
I will try to wrap it all in. Okay, so my name's Ruth Rollins. I'm with Rollins Consult. I did the Trails at Creekview traffic study and this traffic study. So let's back up for just a second. When this traffic study looks at long-range conditions for the neighborhood master plan. So it's 20 years out, and we have factors that are based on regional models of how traffic's gonna grow. We also included trails at Creekview and any other development projects that were nearby, we add that traffic in. So the study looked at Berthoud Parkway and all the intersections that were related to this project, plus County Road 4E, Mountain Avenue. We looked at the intersections along mountains. So we've got 287, Meadowlark, Gateway, which will be the main access into the Ludlow property, and then Berthoud Parkway. And then we had worked with CDOT way in advance on how to connect Spartan, because if you drive that, you can see we've got some real challenging topography there. And Berthoud Parkway is actually super elevated, so it's not flat, it kind of tilts. And so we worked with them on exactly where we could bring Spartan Avenue in. So eventually that intersection will be signalized. That may alleviate the need for a signal at County Road 4E and 287. It may not, but it's very close because now we have that connection with Spartan, and I did not account for that, and I was conservative in the Trails at Creekview study. So that intersection with Spartan would be signalized in the long-range future when that's built. When we look at Berthoud Parkway at 287, obviously that's already signalized. We accounted for the dual left turn lanes that are already planned for there. On Mountain Avenue, that remains a 2-lane roadway in your plan. So that, we did not assume that that would be a 4-lane roadway. Meadowlark is already planned to be a signalized intersection. We looked at Gateway both as a signal and as a roundabout. Okay, so we looked at both of those conditions. Both of those work. We went, and when we looked at Berthoud Parkway at Mountain, it's obviously already signalized. We also looked at that as a roundabout, and I had recommended that it stay signalized. With a roundabout configuration, it's not as pedestrian and bicycle friendly. We would need right turn bypass lanes on every single approach. And so a signalized intersection is probably preferred in that situation. And then as we come down Berthoud Parkway, most of those intersections that are just aligning with streets on the east side of Berthoud Parkway, those don't need signals, okay? Those can remain as stop controlled for the cross streets. We will need some auxiliary lanes coming in and out of the Ludlow property. So we might need some southbound right turn lanes into the project. And then Spartan Avenue, we looked at as a future signal and a future roundabout, and both of those worked in that situation. So we went around the entire site, accounted for a lot of growth in the future, other projects that we knew about, and we got everything to work. And this is because a year ago, Dawn had me look at all of this, and we brought, numbers down to where we could get it all to work. So we already knew in advance that the type of density that we're talking about, we could fit in that system. So we went around the entire site, and Berthoud Parkway remains a 2-lane roadway, but there would be a signal or a roundabout at Spartan, and there'd be some additional turn lanes into and out of the Ludlow site.
Was there any consideration given to potentially a second access to 287?
We're not probably gonna be able to get a second access because CDOT, because of the spacing, we can't get anything from between Spartan and Mountain, okay? We won't be able to get another access there. And then between Spartan and 4E, we wouldn't be able to get something. So the next signal would be 4E, if that still warrants signalization. And I should add Meadowlark, we do have access. The one gentleman asked about access from Meadowlark, and we do have access onto Meadowlark, and that is already planned to be signalized. So we have some project traffic that utilizes Meadowlark and utilizes that signal. So that's an added benefit that we do have access off of Meadowlark.
I have a few specific questions, I guess, about the traffic study that was conducted. So just kind of the general setup, you said you look at this development at build out and let's make sure that it works. And that's kind of like the demand side, right? Or like what sets the need. But on the infrastructure side, I'm assuming you also look at our transportation master plan and assume the build out of that.
Yes.
So could you talk a little bit about, I guess, between now and the build out of infrastructure and the build out of need or demand? Because I think that's what a lot of the community is concerned with. So what happens in that? I'm just going to throw a number out there. I'm not saying it's going to take this long or whatever, but say that's a 30-year horizon. So what happens at year 5, 10, 15, and so forth?
That's a great question. And that's where, when Kristen mentioned, by the way, Kristen could be a traffic engineer, actually. She explains this so much better than I do most of the time. when she had mentioned when the initial phases of this come in, that's when we come in and we look at that short range analysis. And most of the time, we don't add your master plan level improvements there. We take the existing roadway system, we put this project traffic on it. We already know at the long range turn lanes that we need and all that, so we'll get dedication for that. But we look at those interim phases as we move through the phases of the project, okay? And then we might update traffic counts. I've worked on big projects where we've gone so far down that we redo all the traffic counts. And we know that some of it's built, but we're getting to those later phases in the project. So that's how we address those types of questions.
That makes sense, and yeah, really glad to hear that it's not just looking at the build out, but looking at like what's gonna happen in the next couple of years and at midterm points. You know, kind of like putting together a financial plan or water plan. But speaking of traffic counts, you know, read through all of the comments that were provided in emails and always appreciate those from our community. And one was super detailed and struck my interest, which was the traffic count was conducted in June. And it, you know, school's not in session, different traffic patterns. It was in 2021, so we're still kind of in a, I don't want to say post-pandemic, but like, you know, tail end pandemic, work from home. So how does that influence, I guess, the near-term traffic situation? And is that traffic count going to be updated if this is approved, or does it get updated subsequently at platting and final plat? And maybe that count would change to a more, I don't want to say realistic, but you know, something that's happening as we are post-COVID and during the school year.
Yep, no, excellent comment. So some of those counts, not all of them, some of them were done in June. And so I took traffic counts from Trails at Creekview, which were done during school, and I had Spartan. And so I put additional school traffic into that study, okay? So I modeled how that would move around and put that in.
You made your own day.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
gotcha.
so eventually we will do additional counts and, you know, we always try to do those when school are in session. And, you know, who knows with COVID and everything. I mean, everything's changed slightly and a lot of it is not totally changing back. And so it'll be fascinating to get more additional data and see how those counts change and how that moves around. But that's an awesome comment that that person picked up on. And I did put that the school traffic back in there and I based it on counts that I had when school was in session. So.
Cool. Well, thanks for clarifying that. That's,
Yes.
That's very helpful. Another, I guess, general traffic comment is, so I know that the studies primarily are looking at, of course, what's going on in the neighborhood and immediately around and in cases of large developments a couple blocks out. But I do think the concern of, I guess in this case, west to east traffic or on the way home, east to west traffic from I-25, I mean, this is going to increase the size of the town potentially by 30 to 50%. So what route is it envisioned those folks would take?
A lot of those people I took down Mountain. So I did take them on the most direct route. A lot of times when we do these studies, that's how we do it at first. And then if there's a different route that if Mountain became so congested, you know, obviously some people are gonna shift their patterns and I might take them a different way, but I didn't do that in this case. I took that traffic down Mountain Avenue.
No, thanks for clarifying that. And I don't mean to like drill in and be like, what was the number you put in this cell of your model? But so in a model, you can have output, you have, you know, constraints of is it in compliance or not, right? And so I'm sure that your model showed that that was in compliance with Mountain. But stepping back, is it really? I mean, I know it might be from a traffic code perspective, but is it too much traffic for a nice pedestrian-friendly downtown? I know it's too good, but I just
No,
mean like.
and you know, those are great questions. I start to think of, and I live in Larimer County, but up near Fort Collins and went to CSU.
So it makes me think of downtown Fort Collins and College Avenue, which carries an immense amount of traffic, right? And that little downtown area though is very pedestrian friendly, right? You know, you've got, so you might have some bulb outs that make that crossing shorter and safer. So there are a number of things that you can do. The other thing that happens with a peak hour is people will tend to shift either a little earlier or a little later. So traffic starts to shift also those patterns. But some congestion is good for safety. That, you know, the biggest impact of COVID from a traffic engineering standpoint was crashes went up because there was less traffic and so people went faster. And so they weren't as impeded. Versus downtown, like downtown Fort Collins, where you've got college, you've got a lot of traffic on that road, and that those signals change and people cross, and it's very, it has, I mean, you even have diagonal parking, right? And people are backing in and doing all of that. So you know, I can never guarantee you that every single pedestrian is gonna be safe, but some congestion does slow traffic down. And there are other things that you can do to help that pedestrian feel, especially through that downtown area, to keep that, you know, a really nice place to cross.
Yeah, so the, what's going on with the Spartan Railroad crossing? Because that's actually what I thought was going to be, I guess, the answer, is that Spartan was gonna become a west to east corridor. And people would just naturally take that, because I know the town has been working with the railroad companies, which is not fast.
That's
but-
probably a question for staff.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it is, yeah.
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 Because it doesn't have, that's, yeah, that would be a question for, our community development team. He had a question about where it is with, Spartan and the railroad.
I cannot answer that question for you, but I would be happy to find some information for you and bring that back to you. That might be a more detailed question for a final plat if you would approve this application or preliminary plan.
Gotcha. No, that sounds good. We can address that at a later time. We can find out, let us know. Just while you're up, I'm just trying to see if I have any other questions related to traffic, and I appreciate you being so patient and clear with your responses.
Oh no, I can be here as long as you need me to.
Traffic, I don't think I have any other questions.
When do you resubmit a traffic study
For
this
the-
development and what stage?
So when the first phase of this comes in, that's when a second traffic study would be submitted.
That we would see
That you would see, yes.
with updated numbers and
Yes.
information? Thank you.
Yes.
Are there other questions, commissioners, for staff or the applicant or feedback?
For staff, maybe, it was briefly touched on water, and everything was good at the time. We know we've had some issues in the past, and I just wanna know if anything new was looked at since we've had to address previous problems, in the town, and if those have been thought or considered in this application.
Yeah, so I guess the short answer of that is I'll kind of defer back to that we, you know, reference this out to, you know, utilities, wastewater, Little Thompson Water District, all those referral agencies. They didn't find any issues. I think a lot of the, you know, issues with water and sewer and things like that are more along First. But I will say that, you know, this was referred to all of our consulting engineers and utilities and all of them, and they did not have a concern with it as proposed.
Weren't all the previous ones?
So a clarifying question, Will, is, the water issue wasn't that we didn't have water, it was the pipes in the
Right.
ground,
Mhm.
on First and, east of town, not in this particular location, correct?
Correct, yep, and those are being remedied through
I
solutions.
just wanted to ask
development,
that clarifying, because it's not that we don't have water, it's the
Right.
pipes in the ground that pull the water around for us, and whether they're big enough to handle the developments that are going in.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have to be retrofitted.
And if I may add to that as well, the neighborhood master plan is really that large conceptual plan. And with the submittal of the preliminary plat, off-site improvements, upsizing or changing of off-site sewer, stormwater, water lines will be evaluated to make sure that there is a capacity to serve. And then as far as the raw water or water necessary to bring to the site, our water team, the wastewater team, everybody has reviewed this. I can't speak for past staff and what they reviewed in 2010, but current staff has reviewed this application today.
Another comment, I appreciate, because one of my questions was that affordability had been mentioned multiple times. And I know that that's part of our standards we have, but I think the definition of affordability is subjective right now. And so I really appreciate you being the one to help drive some of that, but how can we be assured that's what actually happens? Because that's really swaying a lot of how I would feel about this plan.
And if I can, that's why I asked the question about, his development, that I heard about in Longmont. Because Mr. Mulshine had worked with people who I know in Longmont that deal with affordable housing. And I wanted him to address that because we've not really heard that his actual portfolio includes veteran and homeless related housing and affordable housing that is a national standard now in some regards. And that's why I wanted him to speak to that because from my perspective, he was being modest and not mentioning it at all. So that's why I asked that question.
I appreciate that, and just a feedback, I would say add that in, absolutely. That's something that is very important to this town and this committee that has come up multiple times.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes.
Kevin Mulshine once again. Honestly, our lives would be a lot easier to come to you and say, our master plan is an awful lot of 60-foot lots, single-family homes. It's a big subdivision. Our lives would be a lot easier. It's a lot simpler. Frankly, be a lot more boring, and we wouldn't be doing the right thing. The very nature of the densities we're trying to mix in, we showed you the condominium project. That's the product that you can go to East Boulder, East Longmont, and it starts in the 3s. It's actually good also for traffic because the clientele is more of an active adult, usually retired, singular couples. It's very important to us to hit the market for those families. And when we bring back those first preliminary plats, I'm expecting you to say, where was that affordable housing stuff you talked about? Where are those smaller lot lines? And what kind of price points do you envision here? Now, we're not the builders, so we don't control it, but we design the product and work with builders who are delivering, frankly, to that. And there will be some more expensive homes to the south because those are back to the 60-foot lots, but that's very few compared to the broad stroke of the community is mostly a community that we hope can work and live here. So we appreciate it. I'd also ask anybody who wants to call us anytime and come down and visit our developments. We'd love to show you around, and we're very proud of them. So. Thank you.
Yes, please.
May I respond to some of the comments?
Absolutely, yes. If we didn't ask a question, it doesn't mean that I want to make sure the community knows you. if there were questions that we didn't re-ask, that were asked during the public hearing, please clarify that.
Well, I wanted to speak to the comment about it's a huge development. And it's bigger than you're used to seeing, your standard 30, 40 acre, 100 lot subdivisions. And so I understand that, but I think you have to keep in mind, this is a multi-year project. And the advantage of having 300 acres is we're showing you day one what's coming. Now, Mr. Ludlow could have sold it off in 40-acre parcels, and you got, 7 or 8 40-acre subdivisions that were all monolithic lots, and maybe some of them have a small amenity center, and maybe they don't. So that's the alternative. I fully appreciate when you first look at it, you're like, wow, it's big, but that's the advantage. That's how we can offer the Legacy Trail, the park. That's how we can offer that. So we have a big piece we can master plan. It's almost like when you went through the comp planning process. You guys master plan the whole town. This is taking a segment of that and master planning it. It's not gonna all be built at once. This is a multi-year project, and it'll take a while to build it out. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
Well, what's your vision and timeline then for building this out?
If you will tell me what the market and interest rates are.
I was just gonna say 6.5%.
But if you had to right now say how long this may take or how you might tier it, how would you react to that?
I really wouldn't at this early point in the project. We're at the neighborhood master plan level. We have to get through engineering, and it's all market driven and economically driven. I will say, again, to your point about affordability and diversity of housing, with a project like this and the infrastructure we have to put in, we have to hit every market segment from the most affordable to some of the ones down there on the larger lots will be, probably $500,000 to $1 million, the ones overlooking the park. But quantity-wise, there aren't that many of those, and that's the smaller lots is where you get your affordability. So I just wanted to clarify that, and also say again, you guys went through a process with your comp plan and with your zoning code revision and that sort of thing. And that was a visioning process with community involvement. We're taking your plan and taking it to the next level. I just want everybody to understand that. We took what we heard from you, we took what you guys put on paper with your urban residential zoning and your suburban residential zoning. We put that on paper and said, guys, we're embracing what you put out, and we're taking it to the next step, and we're adding a few bells and whistles to it also. So thank you for the ability to.
I have to say, I'm thrilled with the Heritage Trail. I don't know how you got Mark French to just sit down once or twice. I mean, he is fabulous. If anyone has not met Mark French or been to the Bertha, Little Thompson, the Pioneer Museum, visit it because it's truly the heritage of Bertha.
He can
But I
be
think it's-
addictive.
Yeah, I've got his book. But I think it's wonderful that that you're incorporating the heritage of Bertha throughout the neighborhood, and that it will bring people back to downtown to visit the museum and visit the shops and get a sense of what our community is about.
If you wouldn't mind staying up for a couple more questions. So the first, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the use of mixed use along Mountain Avenue as opposed to strictly commercial, and why that choice was made in that area.
Well, that was what you guys put forth with your Mountain Avenue plan. And we fully foresee anything fronting on Mountain Avenue, that would be commercial. I mean, that just calls for commercial. It's a little tougher than your normal parking lot frontage commercial in the back, the plain vanilla that everybody does. You're putting the buildings up on there, and you have two frontage buildings because you put a nice facade on the front, but really everybody parks in the back and they enter in the back. So you also have, I think you saw that promenade of the vision. Actually, that promenade came from the Mountain Avenue plan. And it's exactly what we envision also. So, but as you get back from that, first off, you've seen the amount of residential we have. we're gonna focus on that. And we're really gonna push to get as much commercial as we can in the Mountain Avenue plan. The mixed use is so 5, 10 years from now, it's not working, then maybe we do some condos. Another thing with mixed use is live work. And I know that's a tough thing to make work. I think there's a way to make it work. If I have to build my own building, I want to try that. So those are some of the things. You could put live over work. There are a lot of different opportunities there, but our first focus is our residential down where we've got it residential with the condos and all, the commercial up front, and then in that middle area, we don't know exactly where the line is on that. The market's gonna tell us that. It's gonna tell us, you know, if the commercial sells well, then the line will come all the way down. But that is not our primary focus to put residential there day one. It is to focus on the other residential and give that commercial area a chance to flourish.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And I want to echo the sentiments about the importance of affordable housing options in the area. I think that has come up multiple times and is an important factor for us to consider. It's a little discouraging that the 300 price point is what's considered affordable. There are a lot of external factors that a lot of us can't control in that. But I think that there is a pretty strong sentiment that the scale of the development is concerning. And so I would just like to hear a little bit more clarification on the choices you've made on the condo, townhome, single-family home balance, and if you're planning on taking into consideration the feedback of the community in reorganizing that at all. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that.
You know, right now, our vision is probably about a third single-family detached, including the alley load, which there's a ton of alley loaded in there, and then a third townhomes and maybe duplexes, and then maybe a third condos. The market will tell us that. And that's what we provide the opportunity, and we provide the catalyst, and I think our legacy park and some of the amenities we put in will drive that. But in reality, you can get affordable in a condo or a townhome more than you can a single family. So the market will tell us that, but that's what we're looking at right now, and that's just the nature of the beast. If we want to hit that many price points, that's why we divided it the way we did, so we could hit those price points.
I did have a follow-up question on just affordable housing, somewhat related. And sorry if I missed it. Is this going to be in a metro district or just an HOA?
You know, the annexation agreement provides for a metro district. Sure. And for us to provide the amenities and all, we look forward to working with the town board to make that happen.
Gotcha. Yep. No, I appreciate that. And one thing I don't know, this might be a question for staff, is I know that the town trustees have been really having study sessions on a metro district policy, and I think specifically they've been honing in on the mill cap and maybe where you start with your mills and how you grow into that. Is there any sort of update that can be provided? Just because, you know, obviously an extra tax, you know, could make something not affordable.
So less affordable, exactly.
Yeah.
So Chair Dowker, members of the Planning Commission, yes, the study sessions are continuing, and there will be more study sessions in the next couple months on that particular issue. But there has been a lot of review going into metro districts and service plans, and even some of the potential changes to statutes and guidance coming down from the state.
Commissioner Kurtz, if you will, too, is we're following the town very close on what they're doing. They don't have all the solutions yet, but they have the concerns outlined. And frankly, as this is the first project to kind of go under the new comp plan, we're hoping that we can help them as they decide the policy to address their concerns. But we agree with the issues, and we're hoping for that process to sit down with the town and discuss it with them. For instance, I personally believe districts should be for something special. things like major regional parks and amenity centers. I don't think it should be as much subdivision infrastructure. Just, and I think I'm picking that up when I watch the town's meetings on this. So we take it very serious, but we're also looking forward to working with them on maybe helping them determine how they can set the limitations of the guardrails properly on districts.
So there is no service plan in place yet, but the intent is that there would be one put forth as you guys.
Yeah, and just being very blunt, it'd be really tough when you look at all the assets provided here. It'd be really hard to make that work without one. And then you look at other situations. We're hoping to have a relationship with the Historical Society that stays on in perpetuity. So that trail is a living trail that kind of gets updated and refreshed and somebody's maintaining it. And frankly, a district is a very good source to enter an agreement to make sure that gets maintained. So, thank you.
Just a
Can I-
com-
Oh, go ahead. I just had one more question, I think. And it was about the height of the buildings, which I'm sorry if this is too early in the process to make decisions about that sort of thing. But I was just curious if you had ideas about the maximum height of some of these buildings.
Yes, that is provided in the zoning code that you just passed. And so.
Is it 2 stories or 3
It's
stories?
already addressed. I think some areas it's a max of 3-story, maybe in the urban, they may go a little higher because it's urban. So it may be 4-story, but I think 4-story is probably the max under any circumstance.
Maybe you don't know off
And
the top of your head. Okay. I definitely don't know off the top of my head.
And keep in mind, the 4-story, I think, would be in the urban residential, not in the suburban, so it would be in the higher. And I don't know that, most of the developments I've seen have done 3-story. You don't see 4 stories often.
And this, I don't have a solution to this. This is more of just a comment. But I think the park is really beautiful in the center, and I think it's a really creative and unique idea. My only concern is that it's quite hidden from a lot of the main entry points into town, and you have this really beautiful Mountain Avenue kind of opening over the pond area here. But you wouldn't quite get that impression from Berthoud Parkway of like this wonderful green space with the housing in front of it. So I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but it's just something I've noticed and maybe something to take into consideration.
Well, to your point, and we worked with quite a bit on this. We threw away several plans before we landed on this. And one of the things we're looking at is that view. We wanted to create that main street that was called for in the Mountain Avenue plan. And that's why the main street comes down and it's a T intersection with that wet pond. I think, obviously marketing wise, if we put it up on Mountain Avenue, it would be a lot more attractive. But we also had to look at trying the viability of the Mountain Avenue plan and the retail there. The retail people want exposure. And so that's their main thing. They want exposure. So we really felt that what's going to happen is the retail people, they're going to go get lunch, or going to get a sandwich, cup of coffee, maybe late in the day, a glass of wine, and then they'll then wander on down to the pond and just enjoy the view, or maybe they'll walk the whole trail. So it's all kind of stepping to a different area there. I'm not going to tell you there's not another way to do it. We spent a long time on this with a lot of smart people.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that.
And that is the solution that everyone came up with, and we're pretty happy with it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking, I think the concept is really cool. But it's a north-south orientation, and so obviously if you were east-west somehow, you would be capturing Long's Peak and really have an unobstructed view shed. So maybe that was in one of those plans you.
Well, actually, the trail, once it goes past the amenity center, meanders along Dry Creek. So that's where you capture the east-west views, right there. And I will say, there's going to be up at the corner of Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue, we purposely put a small plaza there. The building doesn't come all the way to the corner. And that's where they're eating their ice cream. And that's going to be the first station of Legacy Trail. So that's going to be kind of an icon to draw people in and get to the trail.
And a clarifying question, Ann. Dry Creek, when you go east of Berthoud Parkway, also has a trail that connects it further east, correct?
I believe that is in the Trails Master Plan.
So the Trails Master Plan will follow along Dry Creek and then go north along this waterway, so you're not all the way out to 287, so you're still kind of protected from the highway noise.
I believe so, yes, and I can quick look that up if you're wanting that verified. Yep.
I'm actually asking a redundant question. I used to live by Dry Creek, but I know there are trails along there. And so I was just trying to see how it would tie in with the southern end of this development, to have a longer trail system, which it does.
Yeah, and it when it goes to Berthoud Parkway, it ties in with the trail from, to the east over there and continues that way, so. It's gonna be a neat system.
Yeah, I think the plan is like super long-term is that that trail could actually continue somehow across west of 287. And
They just have to find the safe, yeah, because they're trying to figure out where would that be on 56 or, you know. Because right now bikes ride 56.
Yeah, or a tunnel or something like that.
But then working with CDOT
Yeah.
is like working with the railroad.
Yeah, speaking of the railroad, just for our discussion, I suppose, I do find it really like frustrating that we don't have more information about possible access points east to west, because I really do share those concerns about Mountain Avenue and the limitations of expanding that road. I think that is a really serious comment to consider.
You guys put a lot of work into your plan. The plan itself, whether, you know, residents want the growth or not, the plan itself and the work you put in, it was very well done. And the affordability has come up many times. And it's such a subjective thing, because if this is a 5 to 6 year project and rates stay at 5 or 6 or 7%, that just makes things so unaffordable to begin with. It doubles essentially people's payments. And then you've got inflation, you've got cement and lumber and labor, all those things, they're gonna stay high and they're gonna continue to go high. In the Metro District, that could add about 65 basis points onto the price of the home in taxes. So that really can impact the affordability too. So it's just it's a relative thing, because it's relative, right? If the starting home is 600 now in 5 or 6 years, then it is what it is. And then the higher ones are 7 or 8. That's not affordable for people who are firemen and teachers or stuff. And that's not directed at you. That's just macroeconomics. So that's just our society and our world and our country. It's a huge challenge. So everything you can do to help that situation out is going to help.
Well, let me assure you, we won't have a choice, because if our house starts at $600,000, we bet several $1 million on something that we've got to find a way to keep it affordable. We've got to hit that market share to be able to do the things and pay for the infrastructure that we're gonna put in. So we're married to from the entry level all the way up. And so we've got to find a way to do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that entry level could be a relatively aggressive moving target.
Well, David Gregg's done a really good job of keeping that entry level down. I've been impressed with his product.
And Chair Dowker, if I may, looking at the trails plan that's on the town website, there are existing regional trails and neighborhood trails that are coming from the east of Berthoud Parkway, and also trails coming south, north of Mountain, that would be coming right into this property. So there are potential to connect this development with the greater regional trail system, have some local trails, have the connecting to the regional trails. And then as this property would be one of those pieces that would connect between what's already established and then further west of 287.
Thank you for looking that up. We're big on connectivity. I appreciate all the letters that everyone wrote. I hope we addressed, some of the questions on traffic, on schools, signalization at 40 and 287, drainage, headlights into people's homes. I mean, we would hope that, no matter how this, goes at whatever point, that developers are always working with their neighborhoods, so that there is, positive solutions as we, strive to make Berthoud, a community of all of us. And whether it's pedestrians internally, bike ped, all of those things. I mean, I read through all of the letters, as did my fellow commissioners. And I hope that during the public hearing that everyone got a chance to voice their concerns and got some responses from our staff and the developer, so that, because we all love a garden spot. And one of the things I love about this project is that they took the time to meet with Mark French, who is like the Berthoud historian, and tie that into this development because they didn't have to. Nobody else has done that to this depth that's come into town. I'm not sure about Rose Farm Acres. If you guys have a heritage piece there that ties you back to the historic roots of Berthoud. But this trail speaks to me because I love Berthoud. And Mark French is an epitome of making sure we remember Berthoud roots. So I just want to say that your time is important, and this is just the start of the process.
I want to emphasize that too, that we're really at the start of a process here. This is one public hearing, one meeting, and again, we're looking at something that's conceptual here. There'll probably be a lot of things that will be more penciled in as we get further in the process, that you also have opportunities to, at the different stages, to make comments on as we do public hearings on the preliminary plat, as we get to the final plat, and so on. So I did want to emphasize that this is that piece of the process, again, a conceptual neighborhood master plan. All the dots haven't been, all the i's haven't been dotted, the t's haven't been crossed yet. We're still in that creating it's like, I remember when I was a little girl and I would make myself draw a house, and then I had to color it in, and put the door in and put the windows in. It's really similar here in that we have to have that conceptual picture first, so to speak, and then move into where we're going to start to dot those i's and cross those t's and go forward.
I'm not sure how many people were here when we heard from Heron Lake's 17th filing. They have 19 filings. When Heron Lakes came through with their conceptual plan, that was the plan, and they've gone through, I think he said 67 hearings to get where they're at today, to have TPC Colorado golfing out there, right? So this is a community. This is a communication, and it's a conversation. So that is at the very heart of all of this. Your involvement is important, and it's why we have the Berthoud we want to live in, because of your involvement. Were there any other questions for the applicant or staff?
No questions, but conference.
Sure.
So,
It's still a public conference though, so you have to
yeah,
speak up.
No, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. So I definitely agree that there's been a lot of work put into the plan, and that the plan is really great, but the sheer magnitude is, I think, something that we should take very seriously. I mean, it is gonna increase the size of the town by 30 to 50%. And then talking about process of the neighborhood master plan, I know that the neighborhood master plan is conceptual, but it does really set the layout, right? And it sets once we get to preliminary plat, in a way, we're just kind of checking for compliance with the neighborhood master plan. We can do a little bit of stuff with like,
I would ask Ann to clarify that. There's, none of the engineering is in this yet.
Right, there's been no engineering, no off-site, engineering impacts, no, you know, internal street engineering. This is purely very high level, how it could look like. And even if the applicant would decide to reach out to some of the neighbors and see if any of the concerns expressed today could be addressed, some of those minor changes to the neighborhood master plan can also be considered with that preliminary plat. So there have been, unless the applicant has done some preliminary engineering with this concept plan stage, the town has not reviewed any of the engineering documents.
yeah, that's fine. And I didn't mean to oversimplify it, but I mean, at the neighborhood master plan is really the phase where the layout is set, right? Like a minor change could happen, right? But if the plat came across and looked completely different, like that wouldn't be okay, right? We'd have to
They
go
could
back
they could change the layout without changing the density.
without changing the density, they could go that far. Gotcha.
So which is what happened at Rose Creek Farm, or Rose Farm Acres. We had a concept plan where it was throughout the development, but they realized later when they were doing drainage studies that there was too much flooding in the south. So they moved everything north above the trail, right? And so they've got a park and the trail and everything on the south end where they had originally told us they were gonna have houses. It just didn't work when they did all the final engineering and drainage such. So they had to change that, right? So, this is, I will defer to staff because they're the experts, but.
Yep. So minor amendments to the neighborhood master plan can be approved administratively. Doesn't change any land use location of any of the land uses proposed, doesn't change the number of lots or density by more than 10%. Does not contain significant changes in arterial or collector street alignment and or access points or other major public elements such as drainage, utility lines, facilities, and does not change any measurable standard other than those three above, such as open space or park area by more than 10%. So it's kind of a 10% threshold there.
Yep. So I guess kind of getting back to the magnitude of it is so growth is one thing, but let's just say Berthoud is going to grow. I think something that's on my mind is what's, as a commissioner, I haven't yet seen like a presentation on the water resources, right? And I'm not saying that, I know that's really not our job, but it seems like a development of this magnitude should maybe trigger something like that, where you say, oh, we're gonna actually show you how the water resources are okay, or that the schools are okay, or that the traffic is okay. I know the report for traffic was attached, so thank you for doing that, but some of these other resources are not. So is there a way through this process, I'm not saying we're gonna get the 60 hearings, maybe we will, but is that something that can happen, I guess, from staff? Because not that I don't trust staff or anything like that, it's just, we normally talk about 100-lot subdivisions, not 1,500 units.
Were you here when we did Farmstead?
No,
Oh, okay.
and I don't think anybody else was. So,
Yep, so part of the development review process is when an application or an applicant first comes to town, we sit down with that applicant before they've even hammered out their proposal with water, with sewer, with all of the, the town utilities. We invite other agencies to come in and have those sit-down meetings, definitely with our engineering and our planning team. And we go over all of those potential impacts from the beginning of an application so that an applicant understands extra water will be needed, or there is a traffic concern, or there is an area that has repeated flooding and there are issues. Then the applicant prepares their materials, and every round of review, and this one had more than one round of review, that review goes to referral agencies such as the school, the fire protection district, again, water, utilities, streets, CDOT, all of those entities are reviewing the application to make sure that what is being proposed is not going to negatively impact their infrastructure. So already this is, with the change of zone and with the neighborhood master plan, those entities are already reviewing and providing comments that then will feed into that preliminary plan. Then when the preliminary plan is submitted, those same entities are going to review this again. And if those entities have a concern about access, about traffic, about any of those utilities being provided, the school district, they have that opportunity to provide us with comments. We then share those comments with the applicant. So before it even comes to you, the applicant is addressing what those concerns may be. And by the time it comes to you, those concerns have been addressed, or you're going to see a concern as a condition of approval.
Thank you for that explanation, and I just want to second your concerns, because I think where I'm coming from in this is wondering if those review comments are accessible to us or to the public, because I do think it's one thing to say, yes, the schools have looked at it and they say it's fine, but it's another to actually see for yourself or talk to someone, as some community members are trying to do on their own. But I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can help facilitate that information transfer a little bit better.
Yep, so in your packet, we can definitely include referral comments. And oftentimes, we won't get a referral comment from someone, and the referral indicates if you have no concerns, no return of a referral means you are not concerned. So
Even on
we're,
something of this magnitude, we would accept that?
yes.
They sign off on it. They're legally obligated to review this and sign off on it.
Is an answer.
But there's a piece of paper that said, no comments, signature, here you go. Or is it just, we didn't get a comment back, so we assume it's all good?
Oftentimes, they will sign it and say no comment, no concerns. Oftentimes, they'll not send anything back, and it's not required that they have to send something back. We are required to send the referral to the reviewing agencies. They don't have to send a comment back to us. Even if they're not concerned, they don't have to sign the referral and say, I'm not concerned. If they're not concerned, they have a choice to either send it back to us or not send it to us. When a referral agency is concerned, you can be guaranteed that we will find out. And when there are multiple rounds of applications made, because the applicant may change something after the first round of review that addresses a referral agency comment or staff concern, then that second application comes in and that goes out for review again. So there are multiple rounds of review before you even get the application before you.
I don't wanna, I mean, obviously the process is working, but I do think that my personal preference would be if we could add that information, even if it's strictly we received no comment back from the school district or something, so we can then take that to the public and say, yes, I can confidently answer, not, well, I didn't see anything, so I'm assuming that the process says that the box was checked.
And if
So
it's
the box
included
is
in,
checked.
and if it's included in the packets and the packets are provided online, then
Yeah.
hopefully everyone would be able to access
Right.
that information too, or even know who to contact about it.
Yes.
We're happy to do that. We can provide a list of the referrals that were sent, and then the referrals that are received, we're happy to add those to the packet.
I think that would be great.
And I think we'd all feel a little bit more reassured if we had that kind of information and can provide that, so the public understands
So some of the referrals are going to come, some agencies will mark up the actual plans. The plans may be a 50-page set of plans, and that will be one agency marking up one 50-page set of plans, another agency marking up another 50-page set of plans. So we might have to start talking about packet size control, and especially there's a lot of printing that goes on with some planning commissioners like to have a printed copy, and that's fine. But if we are having multiple copies and reviews, this is going to have to be flexible.
But staff
So-
reviews, I'm sorry. Staff reviews.
In prior
those.
years,
Go ahead.
both on the town board and on the planning commission, what we would have in the packet was, the statement of who was sent the information, right? The Berthoud Fire Protection District, the Thompson School District. And then if they didn't have a response, it was just noted there was no response. At least it's straightforward that way, so that if the public says, I'm very concerned the school district is gonna be overwhelmed, we can say, that is the Thompson School District. You should talk to your school board members about your concerns about school overloading or classroom size with teachers, so that we're not answering questions that we have actually no purview over. So maybe something like that in the packet, so that it's easy for someone at home, if they wanna print off a packet, they're not printing off 600 pages. And it's just a simple, here's the checklist of the agencies that are referred.
Who responded, who didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask about, if you do get a plan that's marked up like that, you're reviewing it, right? Staff's reviewing that.
Oh, definitely, and we're sharing it with the applicant, and oftentimes that referral agency, if they have a lot of comments, they'll sit down one-on-one with the applicant. And so we're giving those comments right to the applicant, and they have that luxury of sitting down and understanding what those concerns are.
And at your discretion, I think if they were significant enough, you would give us a summary too and say.
They do.
"Here's kind of-
That's
yeah,
why
you
they
guys
were-
put that in there too.
That's why they recommended we not provide the waiver,
Right.
and we provided the waiver.
Yep.
With conditions.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize, like, normally, developments of a smaller size, you can kind of wrap your head around it, you get it. This one is a little bit different, right? So it's just because of the magnitude that it's like, really, is traffic gonna be okay? Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not, I'm just saying that it's almost like it's a separate class. A separate class of the development. And I appreciate the reasoning of getting a cohesive master plan together. That, I think, is to be commended, but instead of piecemealing it or subdividing it, so this isn't a comment specific about the master plan. It's just more, I guess, about, educating commissioners and in turn educating the public when we have these hearings. Certainly not your fault or anybody's fault, just feedback and kind of what's on my mind, so.
Yep, and just as a reminder, should this be approved, there is a preliminary plat process, there's a final plat process. And oftentimes, final plats will come in filings, like we heard on the development prior. They're on their 17th, 18th, subsequent filings over a long period of time. A subdivision that has a lot of moving parts and pieces, they will most likely not be submitting everything together. Or if they do, they're also going to be submitting a phasing plan on how that will be built out over time. And that will be most likely to be dependent upon the amount of impacts and where that off-site infrastructure and on-site infrastructure will need to be constructed first to accommodate the overall plan.
Like when we saw the development over by the entranceway to TPC, where Come and Go and Starbucks and everything, we saw blocks in the original. And those subsequently got more detailed as the process went on further, until we knew it's gonna need a drive-through, so what comes with that?
And that's a really good point, because on the commercial blocks, those will not be just approved through those final plat process. Those will go through a site plan process process or a special use permit process. And so for the non-residential portion, those are also going to receive another round of high scrutiny and review to make sure that those impacts are addressed.
But it all starts here with a yes. Yeah. And that's, I think, what we're trying to weigh out, at least personally.
Was there anything about this neighborhood master plan that raised a red flag with any of our comp plan or development code standards?
I'm going to, because I've been here 3 weeks, I'm going to turn that over to Will, who has been here just a little bit longer than myself. But Will really was the shepherd to get some of the referral comments going and just a review of those two elements. So,
Yeah, and I might defer some of that question to say that I think the applicant during their presentation did a pretty good job of listing out some of those key goals of the comprehensive plan about how, you know, how the site lays out, you know, with those higher intensity uses closer to those higher access roads and overloading, you know, the infrastructure systems around it. So I will say, you know, through I took this one over in, you know, I think the fourth round of review for the project. But I did, you know, while reviewing your comprehensive plan, find that it met those standards that are in it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a process question. So it says that we may make a motion to recommend the approval, and I'm not sure I've ever been in this situation where we've deferred making a motion, or at least not under these circumstances. So I'm just kind of wondering what would happen if no one made a motion? What would the next discussion about this look like?
so if no one makes a motion, it essentially fails.
There wouldn't be another discussion about this, that's what you're saying?
There would have to be some substantial changes before they would be able to bring it back.
Even if we say we want to delay the motion for another meeting while we gather other information or something like that?
You can continue, you can recommend a continuance, and I'll definitely hand this over to Chair on some of these Robert's Rules of Orders as well, but definitely you can recommend a continuance. If you do continue and want additional information from the applicant, then you would need to make sure that that new information was also available to the public to review.
I guess I'm not sure what we haven't been provided to make a motion on this, one way or the other.
I mean, I guess I would say so. There's a list of things that you can check a box on, right? And I think overall, the applicant has checked the box, right? It's just, I think this is where it gets in the gray area of, I guess, the fourth and the fifth points of what makes a neighborhood master plan is, desirability and adverse impacts on adjacent land uses. And I'm not even saying that there are any, I guess, it's such a big development that it seems like there could maybe be a little bit more detail provided on some of the public infrastructure and kind of town resources of first responders and stuff like that. Might be outside of our purview.
It is. They're not required to at this stage. That's the problem. That's my concern is that they're not required to provide any further information than what we've been given.
Right. And so that's what I'm trying to reconcile. And it's nothing against your guys' plan. You guys have worked really hard, and I think it does adhere to the comp plan, and that you've really, for what's set out there, done a good job of, providing question is, so then those kind of decisions, that it would go to the town of trustees next, and they
The
have
town board would then consider everything that we've been talking about. And everyone would be able to restate their concerns and all of that. Yes, because they have to approve it before it goes any further.
Sure.
And what's difficult for me is we've made the point now that it seems that they've met the prongs of our comprehensive plan. And with our responsibility, obviously we need to think of all of these other things and ask the questions. But if they've met those, and we don't have another need for information to answer other questions, I'm not sure there's much more that we can do, other than either we vote it up or down. And that,
Yeah, no,
that's what keeps going through my
I'm
head.
struggling with the same thing as
Yeah.
well. Is I guess, to put it bluntly, is the authority of the commission, the way it's set up, and what we're kind of grading, what comes across our desk or whatever you want to call this, versus maybe what we would like to be able to consider.
Well, that's the challenge with planning in general. There's a stage for us to comprehend certain pieces of it, just like there's a certain stage for the public to participate throughout all of these. And so, if we want something different, we have to change the development code, we have to change the comp plan. I mean, if we're not happy with the mountain overlay plan that we approved along with the town board, that they're complying with, then it's on us to change that. It's not on the developers who are meeting all of our obligations to say, well, let's not do this then, because that happened about 15 years ago. And it's why some of the builders went bankrupt, because midstream, it's why Gateway Park stopped, it's why Trails at Sugar Creek went bankrupt, because midstream, people started changing what they wanted. And my concern is that as commissioners, we're responsible for upholding the comp plan, the development code, and the statutes, and they have not complied with that.
That's what keeps going through my head too.
We've said we want affordable housing. They've complied with all of the amenities. They've tied it back into Berthoud, which we've all said we want that small playing field. They've met with Mark French. I mean, who else has done that, right? So that's my concern, is that what hoops are we making them jump through at this point that are just because it's a big project?
Yeah, no, and it's not a comment of anything they've done. It's more the procedural of, it seems like it should have triggered something else, but it didn't. It didn't. It just is a huge development that's going through our process that's the same, for a large range of development sizes.
And I think what that says too, to me, is it behooves us, as this goes through the different stages, and we'll probably see phases and that kind of thing, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to try to, sorry about that, to try to uphold, the standards, and to try to make sure that we, as much as we can, using the parameters of the laws that we have and the plan, to make that this maintains our spirit of community and our Berthoud small town culture and that
Our
kind of thing.
connectivity. I mean,
My concerns are, I think, outside probably the scope of our responsibility. And that's what is unfortunate, and I feel a little bit discouraged by. But I think for those in the audience and myself, that's where you go talk to your town trustee, you visit town staff. That's our opportunity to have that input, because we only have so much here, because yes, everything meets everything.
And you continue to stay involved through all 67 hearings.
And with the, and let me emphasize that, the developer said, call him. And I would say if I'm a neighbor and I've got concerns about something, I would call them. I would connect with them. And obviously they are hearing concerns that we've got. So community neighborhood meetings propose ways to bridge communities and neighborhoods, to say, do you remember, I remember in Hillsdale, all the people that didn't want Rose Farm Acres because they were gonna lose their views, it was gonna be too much traffic on Greenwood, it was gonna ruin the neighborhood, it was gonna depress their house prices. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? There's another wonderful neighborhood right next door with a bunch of new people, with families that are helping Bertha thrive. So unless we shut the door, which we heard in some of the letters and say, oh, we need another growth cap, there's a point where we are legally taking someone's private property that we also have to consider.
Constitutional issues.
Yeah.
Absolutely, so, yeah, and
I'm
then,
not talking about a growth cap or anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm just
me
talking,
neither.
I'm just
Mine's
talking
more
about like,
financial
yeah.
stuff.
I guess this would be feedback for Ann, is that, so I can only think of one other development that might be coming up in the next bit that would be of this magnitude or bigger, out by the highway, and maybe it won't even come out. But it would seem that we should debate as a town if a development of a certain size has a slightly different process or a little bit more information provided. Specifically, that's like a 4,000 unit development that may come across our desk, and it's not here in town, so maybe people won't be as
Oh,
concerned.
no, they will on
right?
Severance Road, yeah. Or,
Yeah, but it just seems that developments of a certain size should trigger, I guess, a little bit more information and a little bit more consideration, maybe a double public hearing or something like that, or a presentation, one meeting and then a discussion the next or something like that.
yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
procedurally, we've had this information for a week, which I know is the requirement. That's great, but it's still a lot to take in within a week. I mean, I've been looking at this for the past, 3 or 4 nights nonstop. So not nonstop, but a lot. So just some general feedback. But Jared Alker, I do agree generally with what you're saying. So about our role and where we're at in the process. So.
And I think the public can sense that there's a frustration among us as far as how we review this and what we can, and what we can do and what we can't do. And maybe your idea, maybe there needs to be a conversation about a different process for these larger developments.
Yeah, and not a whole new process, just literally like if you're above a certain unit count or whatever, like you go into a 2-meeting system or something like that. I don't know if there's a precedent for that, but that would be something that maybe folks could debate at some point in the near future.
Yeah, and I think part of that's under statute, so I would leave that up to Ann and the team.
Yeah. Okay.
So the question is, where does that leave us?
Is there any other further discussion on that?
I guess we good? Do we need to talk about anything else? That's the real decision here, right?
See what happens next.
Yeah. So it sounded like the options we have are to make a motion or to defer the discussion in
Are we
a
there?
procedural way. Are we?
Is that where we're at right now?
I think we're there, but
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure where everyone,
If we're there, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to recommend the approval of the neighborhood master plan to the town board.
so there's a motion.
I'll go ahead and second it because we have to do that. We're gonna get this to move.
There's a motion and a second. Deputy Clerk, I just totally blanked. Deputy Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Vice Chair Anderson,
Well, thanks for calling me first. I'm gonna vote yes, but explain the vote to say that in the parameters of our role, if they meet the requirements, there's not too much we can do other than either ask for more information or defer the discussion. At one point, something has to happen. So for that reason, I'm going to vote yes, but I think we will be taking into, as we look at the preliminary plat and the final plat and go through the motions with the other parts of the process, I think we'll be looking at this pretty critically going forward.
Secretary Kurtz?
I will vote yes and echo everything Karen said.
Commissioner Wing?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Feldbush? Commissioner?
Yes.
Chair Dowker?
Yes, but I do appreciate everyone's concerns about the process that we are under when we get something like a neighborhood master plan of this magnitude that's in Berthoud. And obviously the staff has heard our concerns about the process, and I just want to thank the applicant and the neighbors. So this will now go to the town board then?
Yes.
As the motion passed.
I want to thank the people who are here tonight. Because
Totally.
I think it's a testament to the fact that we are a community and we are going to talk through these things, and we are going to try to find solutions together.
And they used to, a side note, they used to have a different process before we had the neighborhood master plan, that had more information up front, but we didn't do the neighborhood master plan, so we didn't have an overview. We had a piece, so they thought moving to the neighborhood master plan would be better because we'd see all the amenities, we'd see all the build-out potential, right? Maybe we can blend that with more information somehow, so we have a better sense of some of these things, because you heard everyone's concerns, right?
Well, one of the things that we can, oh, and are we,
I think we have to do reports, but.
We do have to do reports, yes, yeah. So, and actually, where's my cheat sheet? Because I'm not looking through that. So commissioner reports. So let's start with Commissioner Feldbush. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. We have, we do reports now, so on your cheat sheet, we do commissioners first, and then the vice chair, then me, then staff. Yeah, I got that.
And what are we supposed to
They
do?
pointed, just if there's anything you want to report. So we'll just start at that end and come around. You don't have to.
Please be quiet out there.
Give me an example of what I would report.
Well, and when they, so when we say
I'll use it to
reports,
ask questions
yeah,
sometimes.
you could also say, based on tonight, some things that you might want to have clarified or brought up for future meetings on issues when they're like this.
Just a little comment about how tonight went. I understand the scope of our role. I was just in my head, and this is gonna be something that always triggers for me, is everything on paper in process works. But a lot of the comments that we continue to hear from the community feedback is they do wanna see some, not everybody's opposed to growth. And they do want to see some of that. And what as a town are we doing to encourage some of that commercial build out to help bring those jobs to our community and that tax revenue?
Right.
That's more of where my concern lies, that I wish we could do we had a little bit more, but that's where I was thinking with my hesitation with this, is that it's good to put it on paper, but I see every neighborhood with all these empty commercial lots, and those could be jobs, and that could be money.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I know everyone wants more restaurants. I hear that all the time in social media.
If you're ever at a food truck, I always ask them, how would you like to have a brick and mortar store? Every time I'm at a food truck at City Star, I'm like, hey, why don't you get out of this truck and get into that storefront?
How do we incent them to do that, though?
Some of them more than once, I've heard that from.
Well, and the funny thing is that like by TPC, those popped up right away. I mean, they, got those retail, and they're not cheap.
I
Cause I
know.
know some locals that were gonna move out there and they're like, we can't afford it.
I know, I think, that developer had like pre-existing relationships with some folks, so he was able to kind of like grease the wheels of like, hey, this is coming up, you wanna get in on it, and kind of,
Or
that's why it was a
property
little bit
tax
faster.
incentives of some sort are a one way to drive that.
Yeah. Well, that would be Larimer County, but maybe there's something with the town that we could, put a bug in Chris's ear and say, hey, is there an incentive for Mountain Avenue development for
Yes.
commercial?
Yeah, or is
We need an
Walter-
incentive plan.
Walter guy?
Well, village, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Is it to me next?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue to think about this more, but just kind of reflecting on tonight, thank you for being patient as I asked so many questions. It's just, I wanted to express, I guess, am I getting like classical music?
It's like
That's a sign. Since I'm about to go on.
It's like the Oscars music came on, oh, we're done.
CNBC.
But, and again, I want to emphasize it was nothing that was specifically in the neighborhood master plan. It was just the sheer enormity of it. And so, in my 9-to-5 job, I do a lot of stakeholder reaching out and kind of facilitation and stuff like that. And so something of this size, I don't know if this is legal, but ideas would be, should there be a little bit of a community optioneering element where like 3 plans are presented and we kind of debate. I don't want to deter folks, but it's just, you kind of saw one plan and said, yeah, it checks the boxes, all right, we gotta move on. I know that there's behind the scenes optioneering, but there's so much concern from the public, part of the process of going through stakeholder facilitation and public engagement is to get that feedback and then generate consensus and buy-in. Just an idea, don't know if it's legal or appropriate.
And we've done that before. If
Yeah.
you'll recall, some of the developments we had on, off County Road 17, I'm not sure if you were on the board,
Yeah.
they actually moved some of the roadways and some of the
Yeah.
houses and structures because of feedback, like, oh, that's not gonna work there. In some of the development over in Gateway, in that new town home development area, how we have a bigger buffer between the old residential, and we actually changed it to townhomes, because in the original design, there was commercial there. We moved all the commercial down, it's like townhomes, single-family homes, and then commercial.
Yeah.
So they will change it. That's why I was encouraging people to say, there are other phases in this process. It is like such a multi-year build-out. I mean, I know you guys weren't here when Heron Point came through, but Heron Point was massive when it was approved, with big chunks of space that were like, well, this is gonna be residential, we're gonna have commercial over here. This was years and years ago. And they're just now coming on their 17th filing, 15 years later. So that's why I'm saying, part of this learning process that Ann can help us with is understanding that when we see a conceptual plan, it's not gonna be a turnkey where suddenly it's, especially at 6.5% interest rates, nothing's gonna go fast.
Well, and that's why I was trying to get him to give a vision of how he's gonna build it out, because I think that would made people feel better about that it's not gonna grow all of a sudden, that things are going to happen over stages over many years. But he
It would be
wouldn't say that.
great, it would be great if we could go visit the Longmont development that he did. Because just as a side note, St. Vrain Habitat for Humanity was a partner in that.
I think I went to
along
it.
with
I
the
went to
veterans and
some of the little
stuff.
tiny itty bitty teeny weeny places, right?
Yeah.
Like 8x8 kind of thing. I mean, 10x10, some of them are, literally.
Part of it
And
was
they're
homeless.
freestanding.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it would help us to see those visions when they're built out, so that we have a better sense too of what that can look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just, so, and then just kind of thinking about it a little bit further in terms of like, and I don't know what the threshold is, but just say something that's big. And you're awesome. I know you just got here. But recently in my tenure, we've had like the First Avenue corridor plan that had 3 public input meetings. I don't know the official name of it, but the Ace Hardware wraparound area that had an open house here where folks got to have comments. So I think if I'm volunteering our friend over there, but like, even before we voted, like, if there was a, hey, let's just talk to people first and kind of get input and stuff like that, I think that might help build a little consensus. I'm brainstorming off the cuff, but, it's just, yeah, the sheer enormity of it. I'd like to compliment Chair Dowker for reminding us of what our role is.
And I'm not trying to be a
No,
badge,
I would
I'm
never
really,
accuse you of that.
I'm really not trying to,
It's,
I was trying to keep us focused on task, that's all.
And there are legal ramifications to that
That's your
too,
job.
gotta stay in our
that's
scope.
That's why you're chair.
Okay.
But, I guess I would just say that, I think our process overall is great, that having the conceptual part first and then going through the engineering and the plating and everything definitely is great. But for certain size developments, we might need to just tweak that a little bit, just like have like a speed bump in there for a second, like whether it's 2 meetings or like.
Or a work session.
Or a work session about it.
Something.
And so I would just, I think that's a great idea. I don't know what the parameters are with the law on that, with the legal responsibilities we have as a planning commission in, like we could have deferred the vote. We can, continue a public hearing. We've done that at the town board when we got rid of the police department, for instance, and there was massive amounts of feedback. We didn't want to do it in one, right? So there are parameters that we would just have to adhere to give the developer the right to make sure that we're not violating their rights,
Sure.
as well as trying to be good to the community, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Mountain Avenue corridor and stuff, that was something the town proposed, so that's why we had all those public comment periods.
Yeah.
Those weren't private, and I can tell you that some of the private businesses had major pushback because it costs a significant economic impact on some of those buildings that were in some of those districts. So I heard feedback from them going, what are you doing to me, trying to put me out of business?
Yep.
So,
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit like, I have an engineer's mind, so I wanna know, like, this is all gonna work. Like, I want the traffic figured out, I want the water figured out, and I wanna see it. I know that's not my role, so I gotta step back. But I think it is reasonable that for certain size developments, there's something a little bit different if it's legal and possible, because touring's gonna happen, or it's gonna come across our desk at some point. Maybe.
yeah,
Of
I don't know,
course
the town hasn't supported it yet.
That is true,
Right, so with that, rather than waiting until the very end, so we do have responsibilities of providing due process. It is a legal process for application review. If there were to have been a public open house and all planning commissioners were at that public open house, hearing the pros and cons of a development, you would have all been biased and you could not have voted this evening. And so there is a limitation to, the planning commission's role is to review the application with the comprehensive plan, the Mountain Avenue plan, Mountain Avenue plan, any other master plans that might be in effect that impact that property, the trails master plan, things like that. You review that, staff reviews that, and then we provide you with our comments, whether they be condensed, reflecting 10 hours of review in a paragraph. You're getting our opinion that it does or does not uphold the plans that you all have adopted, the vision that the town has adopted. And so again, there's criteria for approval, and it's really hard because you all are thoughtful, big picture individuals. And you have a box when it comes to your role, and you have to stay in that box, that criteria for approval. And it's always going to be on a slide, and it's always going to be in your packets. That's where then you won't venture into dangerous territory. So you stay within the criteria for approval. Staff has a process that we have to follow that's outlined in the land use code on how we process applications. So there are things that we can do and things that we can't do, because we don't ever want you to be put in a position where it appears as if you are getting more information outside the public hearing process, because that's not your role. Your role is to read staff's report, hear public testimony, review the merits of the application, and then make a decision.
Well, and we're not even supposed to talk to each other about something that happens before the meeting.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's considered, you know.
But we can talk to staff.
Yes.
Any
Staff.
questions, and actually, Ann and I spoke this morning, or was it yesterday morning? I don't know.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I know, I'm like, we talked one morning, so I can ask her any questions I want about the packet, or anything relative that might be coming up as well.
Yep, and it can be things like, hey, did you take a look at that traffic impact study on page 3? I noticed X. Was that a mistype, or I have some concerns with that? You can't say, hey, what do you personally think about this application? It has to be it's technical. Because I don't, as staff, if they've met the intent of the application, if they've submitted all of their materials, we're going to process that application. And then we review the materials with the criteria for approval, and then we're going to present that to you as well, just like what we did with the waiver. The staff felt a certain way, and as planning commissioners, you don't have to agree with staff. You have to weigh the rationale why you wouldn't. So when you make a motion to not go with staff, you must have a rationale based on code or based on the comprehensive plan. Because as a town, the town has adopted those things as our tools as staff and your tools for the approver to guide how Berthoud is going to grow in the future.
And that's all based on due process and equal protection. The whole.
Yep,
all
and
that
public
process.
improvement, I mean,
Yes.
public participation,
Yeah.
because the public was involved. I'm impressed with the amount of public participation Berthoud had with their comp plan update.
Oh, yeah.
That was remarkable during COVID. You had so much participation, and the master plan reflects how Berthoud wants to grow. And so those components need to be reflected in what we give back to you.
And yeah, and that, I mean, that all makes sense, and I think that's where we struggle is because, you know, we have a plan for everything, right? Bertha just got done going through like a 3 or 4 year process where there was literally a plan for everything made, which is great. But then when you get down to like, okay, well, all these plans got approved, this neighborhood master plan is in compliance with it. Don't take this the wrong way, but it does seem like we're just kind of in a QC role, like, did it, okay, yep. Versus like kind of and this is just the way that it's set up in Berthoud, like that question of desirability, like clearly the development, the growth is not desirable to some folks. I'm not saying, but it meets our comp plan, right? It meets everything else, thus it is desirable, right? So it's just.
It meets for me, it definitely ticked the box for affordability
Yeah,
and
yeah.
multiple housing
Yeah,
models
and
that
I'm
we
not saying it
don't
wasn't,
have right now.
yeah, no, and more commercial, it ticked a lot of boxes for me too. I'm just saying that, like, it's such a constrained process that.
And that one's hard to define. The
Yeah.
community wants this.
Yeah.
How do you define that?
Yeah.
Well, I could ask the fire chief, how many people, he was here earlier, the fire chief,
Yeah.
how many firefighters can afford to live in Berthoud right now? Very few, right? So if we have more affordable housing, his team can live in the neighborhood that they're protecting.
Yeah.
That's a win-win to me. That's great. You know, and I've actually talked to Chief Charles about stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we reach out and talk with our community friends and members and find out, what is it that you're looking for? Connectivity. Awesome. What does that mean to you?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think, it's kind of one of those things where I think everybody, like, they saw the trail, not everybody, but folks said the trail plan's great, love the connectivity. They said the comp plan looks great, love it. It's just, I think, you put all that together, you layer it on top, and then somebody comes together with a development, which is great. I'm not saying anything about development, but it can be overwhelming, right? For both the public and they're like, oh, is that really what we said 2 years ago, right? I didn't realize that this is what I was saying, and this is the feedback that I was giving.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, so.
No, I totally understand, and I understand the concerns.
Yeah.
And the longer you're on the commission,
Yeah,
the more you'll hear and see stuff like that.
yeah,
And so understanding the process and our
Yeah.
role will be really beneficial in
Yeah.
saying, that I can't tell you how many of my neighbors, I had to recuse myself, how many of my neighbors in Hillsdale Park were like, please don't let Rose Farm Acres go through. It is awful, it's gonna, X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, I can't even, I'm recusing myself, I'm a neighbor, I'm not even gonna touch it,
Yeah.
right? And so when it was approved, how did that get approved?
yeah,
Because it was privately owned, they met all of the need, and
Yeah.
look at, that neighborhood is, full
Mhm.
of families and people that live there, right? Including, one of our commissioners. So, that's the thing we have to weigh is, unless, when I was on the town board, there was so little money in the coffers that we didn't know whether we would fix a pothole, or, redo the water treatment facility, right, and upgrade it. And then we started, developing, putting smart things in place, and this is where we're at today.
yeah. It's
So
certainly
we
better
have
than no plan at
options
all.
today. We have options today that we didn't have in 2012.
I think I just wanted something that I'm not entitled to, which was like a detailed report on how town infrastructure and resources were going to be expanded to meet this need, and that's not my.
You will get some of that at the preliminary plat
Yeah.
and at the final plat.
Yeah,
But that's not where we were today, because the developer, before doing engineering on a project of any magnitude can be hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not over $1 million. And so before a developer invests
Yeah.
that kind of money, they want to know, will this concept be embraced by the community?
Yeah.
And so we're not there, and I know that you want to have that information, but this is not that time. The time will come if the town trustees approve this. That time will come, and it will come before you again.
Yep.
So, and another thing I'm just going to say, every community, especially in Colorado, are feeling some of the same things that you all are feeling, because it's growth, and growth is change. And change can be very threatening, but we have the tools in place to ensure as Berthoud grows, it's growing in the way that's envisioned for the future of Berthoud. But again, change is scary to a lot of people, and growth represents change. So we have to also remember that too.
I'll close my report.
Or next, in the sake of time, all I'll say is, nobody ever said being on the plan commission was easy. And so sometimes we have to make the hard decisions and remember our role. And I feel very honored to be in the company of all of you, because I think we had some pretty tough discussions tonight. And I'm very impressed by how, we can talk together about those and be very open about those. So thank you very much, and thank you for being my colleagues in this. So.
I'll second that.
I do too.
Yeah.
I echo that, because I
Roll
thought the
call.
conversation was really, really good and important.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for staff,
Yes.
for bearing with us through all of this as well. So, and thank you for the presentation.
Take tomorrow off.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there you go.
I am coming in tomorrow. I've got to catch up on some stuff.
And I appreciate everyone's patience with each other, not only with the wonderful new additions to the staff, but also the institutional knowledge on the planning commission. I think I have been serving the second longest, which is very bizarre because it wasn't that long ago that I joined the planning commission. So, we really have had a lot of turnover on our side as well. And I think that we're all still learning and defining our roles. And, some of this will come with experience. But I also think it's kind of good that we have newer perspectives that are
Oh,
part of
yeah.
this process, and I think it's healthy to work out what the role of the planning commission is and what it should mean.
At a minimum, it clarifies our role for the public in attendance and on Zoom. You know, what exactly are we looking at? And
Yeah.
why are we making the decisions we are?
So I think that the scope and size of the project is actually wonderful. If you were to break this into 20 different things and he could sell his land to whoever he wants, I think you'd have a bunch of little disasters. You'd have little checkerboard. I think the way they've done this, and I think I was passionate and excited when I saw what they were offering and their plan and what it's gonna do with the community, and whether it's Pearl Street in Boulder or whether it's even what they've done in Loveland with that center square, that place is alive. And so, and the green and I just thought they did a great job. I also concur that the dialogue between us, maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, but I felt we got into some really parliamentary procedures that didn't seem appropriate for a public setting. It's almost like we need to have another meeting and talk about this kind of stuff, because it looks like we can talk about it for an awful long time. And then it seemed like we had to keep convincing ourselves of what our role was. They checked every box, they did everything we did, they followed the plan, and yet we had to talk about it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And at some point, it was just like, what we're just regurgitating this over and pontificating the same thing over and over. What are we having a problem with? If we all feel that strongly against it, then there's no motion, or there's no second, which it looked like it was close, that maybe no second, which would have killed it, right? By
I
definition.
would have seconded,
But
I didn't want to as
we
chair.
seem to get out of scope, off track, talk about different examples of stuff. And I don't know, this may be too strong a word, how respectful that was to the audience, and maybe it was. But they started, obviously, once they had enough, because they were waiting for the verdict, they started to leave. But I think there's a point, I don't know who reins that in. I assume that's you.
Another member can call the question and say, I'd like to call the question of the motion.
Yeah, and I didn't know that.
I didn't want to step on the conversation because there are so many new commissioners. I was trying to share my perspective in a way that would remind everyone what their role is and isn't, with being respectful of the concerns they had about a project this size that they'd never been dealing with before. So I could have said, I could have reined it in, so to speak, earlier. I wanted to be respectful.
Yeah, no, that's good. And
Of all of
it's
us
a
as
balance,
colleagues.
right?
It is.
But
And
you could also say, hey, if we don't do something like this, guess what? Loveland is gonna come right up to our border, and they're gonna do it everywhere. Or someone's gonna annex part of our land. Or they're gonna, out east, they're gonna start, and then someone else is gonna get the revenue and the taxes. And no, we don't wanna, I thought some good points were made. But again, it's a balance. And I don't think we're gonna grow much to the west, right? We've kind of already said they'll never let us go out there, all those property owners. So we're gonna have that buffer.
19 is the line
And then
right now.
Boulder 50 years ago plus started doing buffers. Have we looked at that? And then we could say, hey, we've got our buffers, now we can grow in the other areas and we don't have to stress out about the growth that's going on.
Well, and that's why I want to reiterate that the driving engine for the planning commission is our comp plan that went through months
Right.
and months and months and hundreds of feedback and community meetings, and people said, this is what we want for this area of town. And then the mountain overlay dictates how they can build that out. I mean, there's so many components within our development code that someone has to comply with in taking off this section. But that's what I was trying to remind everyone. But again, I want to be respectful of people's concerns and then leave it to staff and Anne and the planning department team to help educate the commissioners on what it is we can and cannot decide, because I'm gone in August.
But you're gonna reapply, right?
No.
Even one of the comments was brought up about, pollution, whether it's noise pollution or light pollution. And I don't know where our
responsibility and authority lies, but like Huron Lakes has got a dark thing, right? You can't see any light.
The town has a dark sky compliance.
Oh, so great. So
Yeah.
then that could have been something maybe that was said. So, hey, it's not gonna be,
Well, yeah, light
town
pollution-
square.
right.
It's gonna be controlled.
Right, and light pollution, I mean, from some people's perspective, I mean, again, that balance of commercial on Mountain Avenue.
Right.
If you live like behind Hayes on Welch, you're gonna have some light pollution because you live right there. I mean.
And not much you can do about people's
And-
car lights.
And let me ask you
Yeah.
this, is within our purview.
Ask Ann,
Mount-
she's a staffer.
Mountain View is an issue, and it's gonna become a huge issue, and all these people are saying that is the main corridor, I-25, it is. So what? How, I mean,
That's the transportation plan, that's the town of Berthoud,
okay,
that's their
so,
team.
so we don't
and
need
they
to
will-
worry, we don't need to worry about it, that's not in our.
We can
well,
raise it to them to say, these are concerns we're hearing in our, feedback that we get on all these developments coming through, is when people are piling out onto Mountain Avenue, how are they gonna get out of town? Or are they gonna take 287 to 66?
Right.
Or
No,
up to
exactly.
14? I mean, so those are questions we can ask the town to clarify, cause we can always review the transportation plan, how does it fit, what does that growth look like? Because they have to update that too.
And I always say Huron, and I live there, it's Huron, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna net out 500 homes. This is only really 3 times that big, so it's not like it's 100 times as big. So yeah, it's a big project, but man, that project is massive.
But it's 3 times that big in a smaller area, much closer to towns. So those things compound.
The other thing, this affordability thing, and I know we're talking about a little bit, but this whole Metro District thing, man, if I had it to do over again and I know what I know now, I wouldn't have bought out there. It is cost prohibitive. I mean, you're almost doubling your taxes.
It depends
I
on
can
the
relate.
structure of the service agreement, so that's why I think it's really helpful for him to have heard our concerns.
Yeah.
Because it's how they structure that service agreement. Because if you look at how they did it up at Centera, it was the structure of how they did that tax financing was for infrastructure and that type of thing. So I think that's what they were speaking more to, is the build out, the maintenance, that type of thing, not on homeowners per se. But again, that's something that
Once
they
upon a
will.
time, that was all the developer, and now the developer essentially is floating bonds to cover all that stuff, and then the residents paying for it.
Well, and a lot of times they can become bondholders of their own bonds.
Oh,
And-
totally. Well,
Okay, well,
and they
look,
pay
I'm gonna rate
themselves
now, I'm gonna
5
take, now I'm
times.
gonna rate it in.
They pay
Yeah.
themselves 5 times what the going rate is. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that need to be
We're
looked
gonna
at.
ask staff for reports now.
And if you're gonna send us notes, you gotta get a big marker, cause we can't read those ink things.
I planned a placard.
Yeah. So real quickly, again, thank you for your service tonight. This was a long one. It was, there were lots of good questions. I am going to be preparing an electronic notebook, probably make a site for you all to go to, and it will have a welcome letter, a thank you letter, the script. It will have links to the code, it will have the table of contents, the links to the First Avenue plan once that's finalized, the master plan, neighborhood maps, all of that. So you can really get to know Berthoud. Again, you spent a lot of time reading your packet this week, so I'm gonna fill you up with a great big notebook to read in the future too.
That's an awesome idea.
And I
Thank
love
you.
that idea.
Yeah, good. And I'm the chairperson of the Larimer County Planning Commission, and I know that it is very tiring to sit through public testimony because you are actively listening, and that activity is very tiring, so you did a great job tonight. I have reached out to DOLA, to Casey McPherson, to identify if there's opportunities and potential collaboration with the town trustees to talk about Robert's Rules of Order. How do you make a motion? What are good tips for deliberation and discussion amongst you? So I have reached out. If there's opportunity to work with town trustees, great. If not, we'll do it with you all. Also I am developing an active project list and an approved project list for the website. It's just taking some time getting it there. And let's see, Zoom. So during the pandemic, Zoom was determined to be an alternative way of everybody coming together and providing public testimony. With all new hearings moving forward, because we're not in an emergency situation, you can listen. So if planning commissioners can't attend, if you're on a vacation and you're so dedicated you want to attend via Zoom, or members of the public, they can listen by Zoom. But we have a lot of problems, and the public oftentimes have problems with their technology. And so then we're responsible for their technology and being able to participate. So all future participation will need to be in person. If you want to listen, you may listen.
As a member of the public, but you said commissioners can participate via Zoom or only listen?
Oh, you
via
can
Zoom?
listen on Zoom.
Okay.
Yep.
So essentially you're a member of the public.
I am a member of the public, I just wanted to clarify.
And then I'll definitely be looking at some field trip ideas. I think going to Longmont would be a wonderful
Awesome.
idea. And so we'll be looking at those in the future. And anyway, you can call me anytime. You can email me anytime. And we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, as long as it's not the merits of a particular application, because that has to come to you in an equal way for everyone to hear the same thing. So, but we could talk about process, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. So happy to do that, and you know, it's a lot of fun being here, and I feel very honored to be working with you all, and the staff is absolutely amazing here. So I feel very, very lucky. I don't know what Chris was thinking, but yeah, I feel very thankful that he
I feel lucky that you just didn't say after this meeting, and
I'm resigning.
We see you later.
Yeah.
No. I've been planning in northern Colorado for about 26 years. And this was a long hearing and I am tired. However, the way that the public participated in testimony, the way that you took testimony and deliberated, it was good. I've had a lot more interesting public
Did we
hearings.
celebrate appropriately? That was one of the.
Yeah, oh, I know, a little gray person, yeah. So everybody get up and shake it.
Well, I will adjourn.